Дамы и господа, всем приветики. Всем здрасте. Забейте, я просто проверял камеру. И так далее. Что и где? Дим, привет. Привет. Ну что ж, Ребзя, короче, как мы договаривались, 5 лайков и снова включаю вебочку, хоть я еще уже и отключил, но похуй. Загрузка так. Дим, я надеюсь, ты вчера сходил в Геншин и выполнил полностью ивент. Самый главный в этом обновлении. Я, короче, вчера ночью. Привет, Лер. Короче, я вчера ночью захожу такой, ночью. Короче, приехал, давайте начнем с самого начала. Приехала Соня, наконец-таки. Я ее привез, я с ней весь день проводил, я весь день проводил с ней. И, короче, когда я ее проводил, вернулся домой, мне пишет мой Кен, который меня и затащил в эту игру, Мишка. Такой: Вань, я надеюсь, ты прошел ивент, самый главный в этом обновлении, потому что хуеверсы такие хитрожопые оказались. Они на этот раз ивент, вот самый главный в обновлении, решили делать не как в прошлые разы, чтобы он все обновление вообще шел, а только первую половину обновления. И я такой: блять, я смотрю, осталось 3 часа. Ну я такой: ну, повод запустить стрим и пройти полностью ивентик. Короче, да, прошел ивент. Теперь сейчас буду, во-первых, солью смолу, во-вторых, сделаю ежедневки и уже буду проходить главный сюжет. Типа, почему бы и нет. Бля, Ваня, ну какой-то ранний стрим я вернусь через... Потому что у меня пары. Хорошо. Спасибо. Подожди, через А. На Невель это не гнать. Ладно, как скажешь. Еще вопрос, ребят, меня хорошо слышно сейчас, потому что я посмотрел позапрошлый стрим и прошлый стрим, который сегодня был ночью. Это был кирдык лютый. Вот меня не было слышно от слова совсем. Отлично. Так, ну что ж. Сразу еще раз покажу, кто не знает, кто что не знает. Фонтейн вот как защищен, поэтому вот доказательство, то, что я не играл. Поэтому сегодня будет кирдык. Сегодня будет разъем. Вопрос такой, на засыпку, да. Во-первых, мне нужно зайти в чайник. И, да, у меня ППшник вообще не выполнил, поэтому я не вижу смысла даже покупать в этом сезоне Луну. И БП, соответственно. А так бы были бы крутки, конечно, я бы открутил, но не. Хотя C1 деда бы... Блять, я вот думаю просто, выбивать C1 деда или нет все-таки. Или сразу же C2. Просто если я сейчас выбью C1 без C2, представьте, какой геморрой будет в бездне. То бишь, кто шарит, кто не шарит. У меня канал по Геншину, в основном... Подождите. Я перестанет Геншин лагать? Спасибо. Короче, у меня же канал по Геншину основан на бездне. Я подрубаю очень часто, когда именно бездна. Вот, я прохожу, получается. И когда играю на Хутао, дед ставит свою письку, я начинаю халдить, и на тебе я постоянно на эти письки запрыгиваю. А тут, представьте себе, мне одна писька мешает, тут еще и вторая писька вот так появляется на арене, и такой: а что делать? Конечно, резонанс будет лютый, но тем временем будет кирдык вообще как неудобно. Копию, кажется, так лучше будет. Ну, слушай, я тоже так думаю на самом деле. Хотя не знаю, может быть этот... Сколько у меня? 200 тысяч будет? Пускай будет. Вот. Я сейчас на самом деле жду стрима разработчиков очень сильно, потому что хочу реран этой вот красавицы. Здорово, Вась, здорово. Вот сами видите, 25 уровень БПшника, вообще это кирдык. Хотя стоп, подождите. Сколько там баннера осталось? 15 дней. Может быть, кстати, может быть, я успею до фула закрыть ПП ПВПшник. Но не факт, не факт. Ой, как не факт. Давайте посчитаем, сколько мы открутили вчера. Со всеми ивентами и так далее. Да, ее на самом деле реран все ждут, мне кажется. Потому что это в принципе, самый популярный архонт, мне кажется, везде. Ну, за исключением деда. С дедом можно поспорить. В Энти я не видел, чтобы в таком количестве крутили. На Хиду тоже. Не знаю, что будет с Фуриной, но по сравнению с другими архонтами, дед и Эй это прям высшая точка. Ребята, откручено-то 55. 58 откручено. То бишь, есть вполне шанс 15 дней еще. Если я задоначу на Луну, то, извините, у меня вполне есть шанс выбить деда. С1. Либо же... Этот... Фри-то-плейна попробовать. Но фри-то-плейна, видите, здесь не вытяну в любом случае. Плюс там бездна еще... Нет, скорее всего, не вытяну, реально, потому что... То, что у меня было в истории, 2 раза не по гаранту Скоромуча выпал, это кирдык был. Мне Геншин больше этого не простит. Но мне кажется, сейчас будет до талого тянуть. На него даже не смотрите. Это я, еще раз повторюсь, вот этот персонаж, я его буду выбивать только тогда, когда всех выбью. Самый противный персонаж, который только есть в Геншине, блин-то. Чисто по моему мнению. Так что, если какие-то чувства задел, извините. Простите меня, извините. Так, надо взять сейчас 2 лайка уже. Нифига вы. Надо сейчас взять 3 бабочки и сходить слезть малую. Надо резинку одеть. Хотя это не та резинка, которую нужно. Ладно. Фиг с ним. Блин, мне резинок раскидано пипец просто по квартире. Надо их все найти. Вы все сверху зашибись. Ладно. Ой, тихо. Не понимаю, Лер. А что с мышкой-то? Ну прям вообще кирдык, там, то бишь, вообще нельзя починить. Попробуй там почистить ее, может быть она залипает у тебя, хрен знает. Потому что я раньше думал, то, что у меня старая мышка сломалась вообще в дребеня. Но нет, оказывается, ее просто нужно было почистить, она залипала. Я свою старую мышь отдал Кристине, Зусинке, моему самому главному админу и модератору. Прям, ну, второй владелец канала, грубо говоря. Вы ее все прекрасно знаете. Короче, отдал мышь, у нее старая мышь сломалась, потом она взяла мою, ей стало комфортно играть намного просто, как она говорит. И в итоге это прям, ребята, она в таком восторге была, потому что та мышка была с вентилятором. Ну, все помните мою старую мышку, она была с вентилятором, и она обдувала руку, когда у тебя она запотевала. Если ты в какие-то там шутеры играешь, или ты долго, если играешь очень, или ты потеешь в какой-то игре, как в доте, то кирдык. Пойду сегодня за новой. Слушай, я бы тебе порекомендовал одну мышку. Я могу порекомендовать одну мышку тебе, если хочешь. В принципе, в ГД, я, кстати, ребята, спойлер, я немножко зашел в Geometry Dash, поиграл. Ребята, это кирдык. Эта мышка просто идеальна для Geometry Dash на самом деле. Вот которая у меня сейчас, это пипец. Сейчас, секунду. Если я не выкинул эту коробку? Нет. О, Вася, она дорогая, если что. Держу в курсе, она очень дорогая. На всякий случай тебе скажу. Ребят, давайте вы наберете 5 лайков, я включу вебку, и мне лучше будет вот так показать вам на коробке, что это за мышка такая. Ценник я прикрою, чтобы вы не охренели. Если что, это не мои деньги. Это подарок на день рождения был. Сколько? Это, вы уверены, что хотите знать, сколько она стоит, блядь, моя мышь? Я думал, что она стоит косарь. Ни хрена. Я сейчас посмотрел сцену, я охренел. Ребят, как бы сами напросились, но сразу предупреждаю. Это Z-Gaming. Это, как по мне, самая лучшая компания вообще по девайсам. Я хочу еще наушники Z-Gamingские найти. Потому что мне говорят, по отзывам очень хороший звук в них, как в студии. Вообще идеал. Сейчас. Короче, давайте я вам так напишу. Сейчас. Давайте я вам напишу в чат, как она называется. Так. Она это так же пишется? Да. Так. Так. Сейчас. А модель конкретную можно, пожалуйста? Да, вот модель. Так, сейчас еще модельчик напишу. Ну, пожалуйста, пока что ничего в чат не пишите, чтобы не потерять. Я все писал на русском языке. Вот, сейчас. Вот. Вот она модель, в принципе. Ну, слушай, ты говоришь на долгие годы, но у тебя ее хватит, блин, я не знаю. Она у меня, ну, она у меня не так давно, конечно, но она прям очень надежная, на самом-то деле. Сейчас там Макс что-то выложил в этот. Ни хрена он, блин. Где это он? В 7 утра. Макс в 7 утра уже гуляет. Он что-то забрал. Какую-то посылку. Ладно. Все, я здесь с вами теперь. А цена этой мышки, не знаю как сейчас, но она 28 марта стоила 1700. Если что, это односмена Димки нашего. Или, Дим, у тебя там 2,5 вроде. Дим, ты вообще в чате? Тут же я про то, что она реально дорогущая, мразь. Ну вот. Это хорошо. Вы о чем, если я на свою клавиатуру копил, которая стоит 5000, я копил на нее месяцев 5. 5-6. Просто откладывал. Тогда я еще не работал Я просто откладывал. Да, не за что. У вас там велось все? Ну, Вась, ты посмотрел в Яндексе? Ну, в браузере. Как оно там, что? Все. Погоди. Нет, стой, подожди. Подожди, стой. Стой. Мне кажется, ты не топ смотрел. Стой. Она не может сейчас только стоить. Привет, Юль. Наушники такого производителя 4К, они точно нормальные? Ну, слушай, не знаю. Я не проверял, к сожалению. Хоть я и очень большой фанат Z-гейминга, прям пипец какой фанат. Но я не проверял, к сожалению. Ну, Вась, ты не ту смотрел, скорее всего. Сейчас. Короче, давай я тебе просто скину мышку свою и все. Или ссылочку сейчас кину и все. Сейчас. Подождите, а их походу нету вообще уже в продаже. А их нету походу уже в продаже. Стойте. Че, ребят, подождите. Все-таки, блин, стоп. Их реально в продаже больше нету. Чебанулись. Давайте я выведу даже вот так вот. Сейчас. Вот так вот. Сейчас. Блять. Не, подождите. Это не может быть, чтобы их не было в продаже. Или они все, они реально ушли с рынка. Если реально ушли с рынка Z-Gaming вообще, то мне очень крупно повезло, то что нет, не ушли. Это она? Нет, это не она. Это не она, это плюс ценник другой. Это тоже не она. Это тоже не она. Это тоже не она. Стоп. Походу, вот, подождите, вот это? Или нет? Нет, не это. У нее другая кнопка. Блин. Нет, подождите, серьезно? Не, вы сейчас не шутите? Их реально с производства сняли, эти мышки? Блин, если да, то это пипец какой. Просто, ну это пипец будет. Потому что это самые крутые мышки, как на мой взгляд. Да вы что, смеетесь, что ли? Нет. Я не поверю, что их нет. Вы что, серьезно, что ли? А, стоп! Стоп, 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 стоп. Стоп. В натуре? А сколько? Это, получается, цены вообще понизились сейчас. Вот она, ребят, если что. Это моя мышь. 1700. Я покупал ее за 1700. Как бы... Если кто, блядь, того... Вот, смотрите сами. Блин. Что за хрень? Какого хрена? Z-Gaming, вы, конечно, такие приколы можете понапридумывать иногда. Я понял, Вась. Ну, не, я просто... Не, я в шоке, типа, почему так? Подождите, это та же самая мышка, только белая, да? Или... Да, это та же самая мышка, только белая. Блин. Блин, ребят, я ее хочу. Я ее хочу. Под белую клавиатуру. Блин. Блин. Ребят, у кого такая же мышка, предлагаю обмен. У меня черная мышка. Я готов обменяться. Я понимаю, что все дешевеет, но, блин, до такой же степени, извините, у меня аж слова начали заплетаться. Так, все, заболтались. Давайте уже этот Геншин обратно вернемся. Не, Вась, а если вдруг у кого-то будет мышка такая же белая, я просто попрошу обменяться и все. Вдруг у кого-то черная клавиатура и белая мышка, и найдется такой человек, и я такой, а давайте обменяемся. Ты научишься играть? Песос. Почему так? Ребята, я сейчас плакать буду. Я сейчас плакать буду. Это что такое? Это что такое? Ну почему на силу атаки? Ну почему? Был бы на крит урон, я бы сразу же сохранил этот артефакт. Ну пошли вы в задницу. Так это херня голимая. Пошли вы в задницу с такими артефактами. Везение года. Да пошли вы нахрен со своим везением, блин-то. Хуеверсы. Чат, это не к вам относился еще. Просто хуеверс, понимаете, это пипец какой-то. Юль, говорю, что это не про вас. Это не про вас, чат. Это про хуеверс. Я на что не хочу гладиатора поставить. Ну, ты будешь ей фулл гладиатора сделать. Хотя, стоп. Блин, подожди, это хорошая идея. Стой, может быть, сохранить реально. Криты 40%. Ну, слушай, там... Ну, типа, блин, я не знаю. Блин, на Шеню, вот теперь повод задуматься.
Gotcha. Things are about to get dicey. Higher, higher, here's my fire.
Ну, в принципе, да, но сейчас посмотрю. Блин, подождите, это хорошая идея. Стойте. Если мне часы еще выпадут на восстанову, и там сила атаки дропнется. Хотя, или же часы тоже на силу атаки ставить, я не знаю. Просто я, смотрите, хотел как Шеню собрать 2 гладиатора. Точнее, 4 гладиатора, а сейчас у меня появилась ебейшая идея. Это 2 эмблемы и 2 гладиатора. Да. Это мы все слышали. Моя мать что думает, то и говорит. И говорит по факту, слава богу. Ничего, сейчас посмотрим. Одно скажу точно. Я этот артефакт на A ставить не буду. У меня тогда криты нахрен пойдут по пизде. Типа, смотрите, если кто не шарит. Тут в основу решается и кэша. И крита еще 62%. То бишь, в любом случае, мне этот артефакт вообще нельзя ставить. Категорически нельзя на нее ставить. Вот прокачать можно будет. Качать можно. Сила атаки. Кэша. Просто понимаете, Эй очень придирчива к артефактам. Прям пипец как придирчиво. Поэтому я уже корректурам прокачалась. Поэтому я уже, сколько получается, 2 года мотаюсь по этому данжу и пытаюсь выбить нормальный артефакт. Интересно, снова дропнется или нет? Вопросы? Вопросы? И сейчас, знаете, этот артефакт такой хитрожопый окажется и такой... А давай я тебе дропну еще силу атаки. Бесполезно для тебя. Предсказуемая хрень. Не, ну в любом случае оставляю этот артефакт, ладно, на Шеню пойдет. Когда выбью. Угу, зашибись. Да, Юль, просто здесь другая фигня. Тут уже нужно чувствовать эту эмблему. Когда ты фармишь ее уже сколько на протяжении... Ну да, на протяжении 2 лет фармишь, ты уже начинаешь чувствовать. А так, ну, посмотрите, одно говно падает. Говно лютое просто. Блин, у меня на шее уже есть это. Бля. У меня на шейке уже этот факт есть. Кто такой гений? Подождите. На туре хотите сказать то, что... Бля... Я вспомнил, у меня же Маша играла на аккаунте. А у нее Кадзуха ДД. И она поставила ему эту шапку. Я думаю, чё так мало восстановы? Чё ты, блин, так... Чё ты, зараза, вообще не накапливаешь ульту? Ага, конечно, блин, теперь понял, почему. Так, я еще хотел проверить этот... Ванти. У тебя шапки нету, да? У тебя шапки нету. Я понял, принял, обработал. Я ту шапку сливаю. Типа на МС ставить еще шапку, это до свидания. Я не понимаю, нахрена ее нужно было качать вообще. И ставить на Кадзуху. Это кринж лютый. Ну посмотрите, это реально кринжатина на Кадзуху ставить. Кто такие артефакты ставит на Кадзуху? Это ж пипец. Ладно это, ну вот это, под статы, это ж пипец. Он троллит. Вы видите, как он троллит? Ну это ж пипец. Он так троллит. Давай. Не видел. Не-а. А еще я могу сказать... единственная шапка, которая на МС у тебя? В смысле? Вася, тебе соболезную. Меняй нахуй. Реально меняй, это ж пиздец. Так. Ежедневки. То уже стрим 40 минут идет. Мы даже к сюжетке еще не приступили. Сейчас, секунду. Ага, ребят, еще 2 лайка, и я включаю вебку. Давай, Лер, давай. Возвращайся потом, если что. Я хочу пачку поменять. Я сегодня на худаве играть не хочу. Я хочу националочкой. Давай. Хорошо. Да успеешь, у меня стрим сегодня 4 часа будет, или 5 часов. Короче, мне сегодня очень долгий будет стрим, скорее всего. Судя по тому, как ребята говорят, что сюжет на 4 часа. Я надеюсь, ребят, то, что вы поставите все-таки лайки до Кларинды. Потому что у меня там такая рожа, мне кажется, будет, это пипец. Я так хочу ее опять увидеть, это капец просто. У всех сюжетка уже пройдена, и я такой сижу до сих пор. Ой, извините, ребят, я не успел. Точнее, не успел, я даже в Геншин, блядь, не заходил. Если бы мне Миша вчера не сказал, что ивент заканчивается через 3 часа, то все. Это был бы кирдык. Кстати, кто не в курсе по поводу стрима разработчиков, он когда будет? Ну, я тоже. Не, один хрен. Пришел ты, Вась, пришла Настя. В принципе, постоянные посетители моего канала пришли. И которым интересно, блин-то. Я в шоке. Националка в бой.
Quietly now.
Эх, 13 тысяч. Если нахреначе ты со скоромучем сколько?
Busted.
Под 30. Где-то под 30 тысяч. Что не это?
There is no escape. Nice and spicy. Quietly now.
Так вот, про что я? Чего хотел сказать-то? Блин, у меня горит! Что я хотел сказать-то, блин-то? Я в шоке с того, что вы все-таки вам интересно. Да чтобы вы понимали, я вот так вот сижу, постоянно на стримах только у Симпла на Твиче. И мне вот так вот интересно. Я не думал, что у вас так со мной.
Take it easy.
А туда тэпнуться можно? Проще долететь. Ну вот. Ой, терпеть не могу льюэшные ежедневки по одной простой причине. Они очень долгие. Да, кстати, ребят, хорошие новости для вас есть. Я в Тома не еду. В итоге, потому что какая-то проблема сейчас, я не знаю, с чем в Тамане. И решили с семьей туда не ехать, не рисковать, так говорится. Так что ждите стрим по прохождению бездны.
Illusion shattered. Out of the frying pan, into the fire. Adventure time. Everybody stand back.
Бля. Да, на полном серьезе говорю сейчас. Я, кстати, знаете, еще задумался. А в натуре царица должна перебить по урону Эй или нет? Типа, блин, мне кажется, что нет, все-таки. Я не знаю. Если она будет ДДшником, то, может быть, и перебьет. Потому что Эй, как мы знаем, саб ДД. Хотя она, можно сказать, двухфазная. Можно и саб ДД, можно и чистый ДД сделать. Трехстатная тогда, если на то пошло. Можно еще чисто саппорта сделать. Она универсальная. В этом удобность Эй вообще. Как захотел, так и прокачал. В ВК или в Дискорде? В Дискорде. Так, сейчас. Крик души.
All the world holds dear is but a backdrop of add astro.
Крик души,
Thank
Вайс,
you for
просто. Я это так называю. 20 гемов. Ну, давайте посмотрим, где мы можем добыть 20 гемов. Фонтейн, поехали, блядь. Так. Давайте тогда нырнем. Вот сюда. Кстати говоря, оказывается, при помощи ивента я открыл еще 2 телепорта где-то. Только я не помню, где открыл. Ну ладно. Это вот вопрос, конечно, на засыпочку. Давайте тэпнемся, не знаю. Ну, давайте сюда. Нет. Вот. Да, блядь. Да, блядь. Бля. Бля. Всё, сюда. Да, конечно. Чищу в ДД, это, конечно, блин. Опа-на, вот и испытаница. Стоп. А, это моржи, блин, так. Противный звук, на самом деле. Угу. Я запомнил. А! А! Успел. Опа-на. А это что у нас такое тут? А это что у нас тут такое, а? А что это у нас тут такое? Чё нашел? А ну-ка, ща. Чё я тут нашел? Ой, что нашел? Ща нахуй. Так, а теперь вопрос, где желтая хрень? Фу, фиолетовая хрень. Да ну не, они же не могли сюда запрятать ее. Ты... Господи. Не могли. Угу. Я будто бы не знаю хуеверсов, конечно. Я не в ту стрельнул, да? Я не в ту стрельнул, придурок. Да куда ты? Чё ты в боржа стреляешь? Добрый вечер. На базу. Блин, надо поискать вот эти вот места. посмотреть, что да как. Может быть, еще найдем какие-нибудь прикольные хрени здесь. Вот здесь мы вроде как не зачищали, или зачищали, я не помню. А нет, зачищали здесь, да. Но я больше таких мест здесь не вижу. Ну и ладно. Так, ребзя. Круточка. Угу. Почему презираешь? Так, ладно. Хватит плавать. Давайте проходить сюжет с вами дальше. А. Я хрен его знает.
It seems we have to use hydro to collect for maritime flowers. Nice and spicy. Shine down.
А, их водой надо. Вас, оказывается, надо водой хреначить. Я думаю, что за хрень? Всем какао сделала. Молодец.
You made quick work of that. I can tell you're an experienced traveler. I've also finished collecting a few here. Maybe next time you'll feel like helping too, Lynette.
No way. I'm in power saving mode today. Otherwise, I fear.
Fine. Though the performance is still a long way off. Now that we're finished here, we...
So, we're going to the Court of Fontaine before we head to the Opera House? Good. Paimon wants a tour of Fontaine's largest city and try...
Wait, shh. Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl.
Huh? What's wrong with her?
She's obviously a magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention, and a distracted audience is one that won't discover what you're real. Watch her movements carefully.
Oh, he's right!
Shh, keep your voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps we should... You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet that'll be her escape route if she tries to run. All right.
И побежали. Опять наверх. Ну его нахрен ждать этот лифт. Давайте лучше вот так все, да.
This is the spot where Linny wanted us to wait. Oh, look! Isn't that her? Oh no! Did she notice us? She's... What should we do? Should we chase her? You're right. She might also be trying... Now that Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Lenny caught the thief. Yeah, let's go.
Да ладно, он ее поймал? Нет.
Are you sure that's all she took? You should check to make sure you're not missing any.
No, that was all. Oh, I can't thank you enough. Anyway, I should...
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground. By the time
I saw the general direction she went, but Lenny twisted his ankle, and I needed to make sure he was okay.
Oh, did you get hurt, Lenny?
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all. In fact, it's feeling better already.
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it. Imagine what would happen if you managed to derail our performance as a result.
You're right. Sorry, Lynette. I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated. But at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so it wasn't a complete failure.
What a slippery little thief. Guess things turned out all right in the end, though.
All right, let's put this little detour behind us. We should go.
So, we ride this thing to go into the city? What an...
This is an aquabus. It allows people to travel between several key locations around Font. It's pretty convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while. The scenery is always the same. That's why it's better to...
So you mean it's still boring, even when I'm riding?
No, that's not what I meant. It's just that, well, you don't really... Besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us. It's the same as being at home.
Whatever.
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's...
Нет, ну что, он по факту сказал. Опа-на. Кто это? О, доброе утро. Блин, как ее зовут, эту розоволосую, ребят? Вот как ее зовут? Как звали эту розоволосую? Во! Шарлотта, вот, точно! Точно, блин. Блин, ребята, ё-моё.
Oh, I never guessed I'd bump into you all riding the aquabus. In the story of my life, this is big news.
Ребят, это одна из фиолета, которую я хочу.
What are you doing in Fontaine? I didn't hear anything about you paying us a visit.
Yeah, it's quite the coincidence. But as travelers, we're always on the move. It's not surprising that nobody knew we were coming.
Угу.
Though we still have no idea how the Hydro Archon knew about us.
Oh, no need for introductions, Paimon. I would recognize the great magician Lenny and his assistant Lynette anywhere. I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who they were. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you. From the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your paper to...
It's an honor to meet you.
Now that everyone knows each other, Fontaine suddenly doesn't feel it. So, what have you been up to lately, Charlotte? Any big news?
Not too much. When there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the trials at the Opera House. You can still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle. Even if it, for example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls in
Блин, если она будет в следующем обновлении с Невилетом, это пипец. Я Невилет тогда буду крутить.
You're right. Seems you know me pretty well. Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case lately. Well, a series of cases.
You mean the serial disappearances of young women case?
Не анонсировали,
That's
блин.
right. These stories are the talk of the town right now, and it's probably the most mysterious case we've ever seen. If I'm the first with a draft ready to publish when that happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed tears of...
So, what is the serial disappearances of...
That's right. The first missing girl case happened almost 20 years ago. And ever since, after a period of time, another girl But the scariest part is that to this, many suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case. But shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen. Yes, it's possible. But either way, I believe that every case...
Yes, I agree. And at the
Ребят,
very
знаете, что я
least,
сейчас
the
подумал?
family of those missing girls deserve some sort of explanation.
Может накопить 25 круток и открутить их уже, когда будет бездна.
What I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd pay any price to get her back, and then find a way to track down the culprit.
У меня авто включено, что ли?
Please don't imagine that, Lenny.
Чё ж вы так официально-то? Здравствуй, здравствуй. Деда? Хотя нет, я думаю, будет разумно сделать так, вот типа дождаться стрима разработчиков, а потом уже крутить. Он вроде как должен быть в эту пятницу, не?
Hey, we're almost there, look!
Ну вот. Раз. Ребят, 1 лайк остался. Анонса пока нет. Вот это вот жаль, конечно. Покажите мне Кларинду, ёкарный бабай. Но она, видать, будет не скоро.
Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little surprises.
Ее мало там будет?
Wow, the ride went by too quickly.
А здесь еще вторая часть сюжетки?
I have an interview to get to. I should get going before...
Okay, Paimon hopes we...
Bye now. Oh, be sure to stop by and see me at the Steambird when you have time.
What a tough job.
Хорошо.
Always running around and...
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first?
Тогда срочно еще один лайк
Besides, I
нужен.
still have all the materials.
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all. This...
Что-то мою реакцию нужно было видеть. Зашибись, отлично. Так, первая хрень выполнена. Пролог, так сказать. Первая половина сюжета. Первая часть сюжета, так скажем. Поехали дальше.
This is our
Хорошо.
current abode. Ah, Fremine, you're home. Where did everyone else go?
Ты,
I
скотина,
have
почему ты
some
мне
new
не
friends
падаешь,
that I
а?
would like to-
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that father will be returning soon. I suppose that can't be. Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He is a phenomenal diver.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. Oh, you sound very proud to have a diver as a brother, Linny.
Linny, could you come here for a moment?
What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me?
А, да?
Okay,
Ну ладно.
I see.
Магия вне Хогвартс. Как говорится. Даже 6. Ну, у меня показано на 5. Ладно.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little. Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more materials to make magic pockets. Were you able to?
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of materials.
That's our Fremine, always quick with the underwater work. All right, I'll take these.
Looks like rain.
Oh, you're right. But wasn't it clear and sunny just a moment ago?
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House, but don't worry, it'll clear up soon enough.
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe. It's said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went, every time it weeps, the skies will cloud up and pour out rain. When I was a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to go outside and play, I should yell toward the sky at the top of my lungs. Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be very... Let Paimon try something. Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
Нет.
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could at least play along.
Sorry, it might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it can't be comforted by the words of strange.
Ну, почему непривычно-то?
It rained for longer than I suspected.
Что-ли?
Oh, it's already getting late.
Что за хрень с губой-то, а?
Was there something you needed to do, Linny?
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. I need to find a way to catch the last aqua bus of the day. On the day of the performance, just ride the aqua bus to the island of Araneus. I'll have Lynette meet you at the fountain in front of the Opera House.
У меня.
Oh, are you leaving now?
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, I get it. You feel nervous delivering the material. Perhaps we could trouble the Traveler to help us take these materials to the Beaumont workshop and deliver them to the owner there? I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted. And
No trouble at all! Don't worry, we're...
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks.
Oh, no need, no need. This'll be...
Так, ладно. Куда бежать?
Hello?
Oh, hello there. New customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made? Or perhaps...
Oh, no, we're just here to deliver some materials. Here they are. They're for make...
Ah, these must be for Magic Pockets. I could tell right away. I've already made several orders worth now. No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what they'd be using them for, I even offered them a discount. But they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run. It seems both their hearts and...
Whoa. So,
I can't say for sure, but who knows? Maybe there's good
hey! Is this machine what you use to make stuff here? It looks really advanced.
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest technology. And wasting is a kind of crime.
But where does a big machine like
Стоп,
that
я
get
правильно понимаю, то, что
parts?
это мастерская, это оружей, это оружейка?
Well, it's a little complicated. I'm not sure I can put, but basically,
Стоп, в
everything
натуре?
we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a
Huh? How can trials produce energy?
Чат, скажите, пожалуйста, это реально?
Well,
Или...
I'm not completely sure of all the details. When a trial is in session,
Да?
the oratrice mécanique
Ну, наконец-то, хуеверс, блин, поставили сюда женщину. Эти мужики задолбали, реально. Шо, блин-то, в Манштате, шо в Лиуэ, шо в Инацуме, шо в Сумеру, блин, там одни мужики, наконец, не поставили женщину сюда.
So that's what its other function is?
Девушку.
Paimon heard that the oratrice, but Paimon still doesn't get it. How? Oh yeah. So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine to take the energy created by belief and turn it into power.
Even though I've never
Не, ну
heard
почему
anyone
тянут на
really put it
девушку?
that way before, it sounds like it. Besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called pneumosia.
О чем ты, если я Эй называю девушка? Когда она...
It isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by nature. Even
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already talking, I'm sure you wouldn't mind a few words with me.
you again? Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to Confrérie of Cabriere by next month?
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want 50% today. Wait, no? 7.
Huh?
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered the materials.
Hey, hold on. Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own debts first?
Я отказываюсь это проходить, да. Я отказываюсь нахрен проходить. Это... Хули он здесь забыл, блядь. Блин, ну все настроение испортил, скотина.
If Confrérie of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora.
You're from Northland Bank. But we said we'll pay everything we owe next month. Why?
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
We're surprised to see you too. What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now. And honestly, things have been pretty boring. But it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble. Either way you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so far. Right, Traveler?
Hey, you, Northland Bank boy. Aren't you for...
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to sit and twiddle our thumbs? Listen to me, boy. If you want your mora, fine. Why don't you come and take it?
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tusser ice fishing, Tusser said...
Hey! That's way over the line! All right, boys! Let's see who has to pay up now!
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our clients. You're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
I'm sure this won't take long.
Да ну нет.
Shouldn't let your guard down.
Всё? Спасибо.
What's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland Bank? Wait, don't tell me you're...
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you understand that you don't mess with Northland Bank. Huh?
Now's my chance!
Huh. That was weird. I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them. Maybe there's something wrong with my vision?
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of someone losing control.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child? And don't say it's work for Northland Bank.
Знаете, я же говорил шутку, блядь.
Well, I
Да и
guess
тем
it's
более,
because
если
I've
буду
been in a
крутить,
bad
то
mood
еще раз
lately.
повторюсь, я его буду выбивать только тогда, когда всех персонажей любви, если он последний останется.
What kind of reason is that? Wait!
But recently, there seems to be some...
Maybe you losing control of your...
That is a possibility. I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, I fell into some unknown abyss. It was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing and taught me was named Skirk. She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through, and she was... One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her answer, it was because I had awakened it.
But what is it?
She never explained that. But my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just... In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless sea...
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought against you before, you summoned a...
That's just an abstract form. It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt...
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. So why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe...
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there. But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a trace of the place where I remember falling in.
Oh, it sounds like...
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I... Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm...
What? More work for the Northland...
No, it's more of a personal appointment.
Official champion duelist?
Yep, in Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor. The champion duelists are all-powerful fighters selected from among... So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your... And the worst-case scenario is that you're Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, from what I can tell, no one has ever been officially sentenced to death. So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly...
So, do many people actually get out of their trials by winning?
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enact... Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be... Apparently, the one I'm meeting today, Clorend, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I had been asking her for some time before she...
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before. Clorand.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have...
Huh? Your vision? You're seriously just giving it away?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel, so I think I'll be better off without it for now. Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have some time later.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't you?
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be...
That sneaky guy. Well... Wow! Who could have seen that coming? The reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer. Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Whew. Paimon never saw that. The whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels you see from Yai Publishing. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one Paimon was just... Oh, sorry about that. Hey, shouldn't we be heading to the... Lenny said that the opera house is on there and...
Где мусорка?
So let's go ride the aquabus.
Здесь где-нибудь поблизости мусорка? Блядь, где мусорка? Чтоб в городе не было мусорки. Да быть такого не может. Можно я выкину в канализацию? Он же у нас? Или нет? Нет, ну, как выбросить? Как выбросить эту хуйню? Кинь фонтан. Угу. Он найдет его. Блять. Лучше бы он остался в этой своей бездне, блять. Что да, Ваня? Я уже 20 лет как Ваня, блядь. Часть, давай.
Now this is fancy! The opera at Eclairs. What a place to hold a performance! No wonder Linny and Lynette were looking... Huh. Looks like there's a lot of people standing around...
Oh, Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child. We pray...
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and...
I guess if there are, kid, then there's no...
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine. There sure are a lot of couples here.
Угу.
Vache.
Это что за хуйня?
What's wrong?
Vache. Vache.
No, Paimon didn't say anything. Are you hearing things?
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary for newlyweds to come here and wish for children.
Lynette! You scared Paimon!
Lenny asked me to wait here for you.
Right.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you? Besides, it's the middle of the day.
I see. I might be able to tell you something that could help explain. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity to the hydro element. Others in my family have had similar experiences.
Что по сюжету? Ты про что, Настя?
It's because of his sensitivity to the hydro element? But what would he hearing a voice have to do with elemental power?
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what?
Just answer me. When do
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy. Oh, and also when Paimon's really, really scared.
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense emotion. Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. Even the tears that fall to the ground will eventually gather here. So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
So, what did the voice say? Huh. If you were hearing their emotions, then Paimon wonders what...
Rather than worrying about
Ah,
them,
я
we
понял.
should worry about my brother first. Don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance. So chatting with Linny might help him relax a little before he goes on stage.
Oh, right. That makes sense.
Уже разойдилась вообще в пизду.
Ah, Traveler and Paimon. Good to see you. I knew.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best seats in the house. Wait just a moment. The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats, and here are your tickets.
Ooh, front row seats.
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Hey, Lenny! Could you come over here and take a look at this?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me. I'll go lend...
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Lenny.
Я надеюсь, мне лагать-то не будет. На всякий случай проверю. У меня все на минималках точно стоит. Лучше, знаете, ребят, сейчас поставить мне все на минималке, чтобы реально... О, все. Чтобы уже реально все было нормально. Я потом верну обратно. Но у меня тут нагрузка еще на... этот. Ну ладно, сейчас посмотрим. Театрик прикольный.
Oh, these should be our seats. Come on, let's sit down.
Настя, я увидел твоего краша. Вот с этой стороны, да, сидит. Да-да-да, он уже повернулся. Да-да-да, здравствуйте. Не, лицо Итера, это сейчас меня описывает просто. Ну, это мое лицо, когда услышал Чайлда.
Hey, Traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty still. It's kinda awkward if we don't say anything.
Что выбрать?
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Oh, so you heard all of that, did ya? Wait, that's not it, Paimon's. Sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. So, let's talk, but, oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early and sitting in the front. Are you a friend of Linny's too?
Ну, похоже, с Итером. Блять.
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Он же каталистом будет, я правильно понимаю? Хорошо, Васька.
Oh, so you're not friends with Linny then? Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in...
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Teyvat.
Так ты в курсе про нас? А хитрожопый какой, а?
And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself. I am...
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Wait. Nervil...
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know. Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice.
Он судья, точно, я забыл.
It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Whoa! Sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were...
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to, there's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now.
Хули уставилась? Чё? Чё уставилась?
I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later, otherwise she may become flustered.
Чё?
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
У меня с ней троллящие отношения.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
Все же мы знаем, что она сучка.
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations and the performance will start.
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Paimon's never...
При этом эхо.
They're dimming the
ладно.
lights! The show must be starting!
Паймон, блин, ты... Да, я согласен с тобой.
Sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today. Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless.
Я так и думал.
But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky.
Пожалуйста, не лагай.
Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes. It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do. Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
Ладно, я думал, лаги еще жестче будут. Нормально, реально жить можно.
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared.
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing surprises for the magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough, but Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member. Please, if my assistants could bring out the magical box. There are 2 boxes and only 2 boxes. One is here, and one is there in the aisle among the audience. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap! Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite. Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here.
Wow, how's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate. Now then, let's begin.
Это будем мы, да? Или нет?
Let me see.
А, нет, не мы.
Row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand for an entire minute. Please, come forward.
Стоп.
My assistant will take you beside the magic box. I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the box. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the Fortress of Meropide.
Oh, okay.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Could you all give me a
Это не та самая
countdown?
воровка случайно?
Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh, Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that.
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Let's practice together. Come on, repeat after me.
60, 59, 58.
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all on the...
54, 53, 52? Why aren't you counting, Nervalet?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough, merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me.
Oh, all right. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable or something.
40, 39, 38! Mr. Linney, are you all right in there? Is...
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the magic. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, midair right above the audience.
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all. What was that noise? Did you hear it too? Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like any...
25! 24! What's wrong, Mr. Linney? I can still hear you moving.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here. I can't...
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show is what's important.
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20 seconds.
19! 18!
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. I apologize. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to do such a long countdown. 10 seconds and change is still plenty. Almost there now. Whew. Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait, is this the back one? I can't tell, they both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
7.
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5. 4. 3.
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0.
Ta-da!
Фу ты.
Is this part of the show? Mr. Lenny, you're going to use magic to fix the stage now, right?
Не так интересно говоришь, ну-ну. Подожди.
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still...
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then those accountable will not escape the judgment of—
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this sooner. Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linny's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl— It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance. And there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the—
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before.
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow— I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Lenny, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
No, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not? Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing—
That can't be right. How can Lenny do this? He was in the box on the stage the entire time. We can even hear his— Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances. He couldn't possibly mean catching himself.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Lenny and his associates, and that you are pressing charges?
Huh? I just think that he— Well, I think it might be—
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally deliver justice.
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show. Lady Farina...
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites me
Пока не
even
понятно
more
ничего,
than
Бас.
the obvious truth before our eyes. That's right.
У меня до сих пор в голове то, что это иллюзия.
You'll support Lenny, won't you? After all, he was the one who helped you the first time we met. Then there's no problem at all. You know, the Traveler and I already had a duel the first time, but with Lenny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. But draws really are the most boring, so no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place?
It wasn't a draw. She obviously lost last time.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed. Well, Traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him in this case? Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases, and Linney and his troupe are all potential suspects and shall remain within the Opera House. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big shot Outlander can build in such a short amount of time.
Sorry about everything that happened just now.
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident like that?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. How could this I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly be the murderer? Good to hear. Thank you so much for trust. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon mysteries, such that all that's left is confusion. I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not, and I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to figure out what they did. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible. Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh? Don't worry, Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
Paimon, сними их
I
нахрен.
think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude.
Да.
Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back, but with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynn. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that. We'll be counting on you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, just leave it to us.
Секунду.
Since we're going to...
Зашибись, это был спам, оказывается. Так, все слышно, все, думаю, слышно. Продолжаем.
The secrets behind our magic are past saving.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort in... But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then it will be well worth it. We should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the stage and the seating areas.
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Detective Paimon... Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
Ah, I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'd avoid getting mixed up in this world.
Huh? What do you mean?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants, named Cowell. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd in. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowell inside it. This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere act. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
But he doesn't have a motive.
Are you both good friends of his?
Well, you can't say we're good friends.
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his attorneys. I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence. Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know that I'm warning you. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to come up with some new evidence.
Так, хорошо. Так, ребят, сразу же спрошу заранее, еще будут такие сцены или нет? Если нет, то я возвращаю графику обратно. Пока напишите в чат, а я сейчас подойду. Так, ребят, прошу прощения, с работы звонили. Так. Я на всякий случай реально этот все-таки поставлю обратно свою графику. Давайте среднячок поставим, посмотрим, будет лагать или нет. Не скоро на работу, просто созванивались по поводу дел. Так, ребят, настройки поставил, сразу говорю, средний, как видите, и вот как раз таки не зря его спросил, типа, будут еще такие сцены или нет. Просто если будут, я сразу же обратно сейчас на минималку переведу.
Lenny's still talking to the guards. It seems he'll have a lot of explaining to do. I think someone will be assigned to monitor us later, but...
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here! I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
Huh? You mean us?
А это кто такая?
That's right.
Подождите.
If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns.
Это же еще одна, которая будет игровой, не?
No. And by the looks of it, you're not from Fontaine.
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
С этой мадамой.
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula? From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus, Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs.
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the names?
Well, I am the second generation president. Melus and the others are...
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
Моя охрана есть охрана. Понятно.
No need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Okay, if you say so.
Хорошенькая, говоришь, ну посмотрим.
Spina di Rosula anyway.
All merely trifling details.
Знаете, ребят, я просто уже после того, что случилось с Тарталией, с тортом, я уже боюсь доверять персонажам в Геншине, так что лучше пока так. 50-50. По Эй я сразу же понял то, что да, она та еще сука, но не по ее вине.
That's right.
Поэтому там, да.
I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an
Really? We think so too. That's why we're looking for clues now. But
А тут мало ли.
how did you come to that conclusion?
Скажешь меня как с тортом.
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition. Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever.
У нее 3 косы, что ли? Сзади. Да какой там не по своей вине, блядь. Он до сих пор фатуется, нахуй. Поэтому... Парень ебаная. Так еще раз. 3 косы. Броня, это ты?
But that's not uncommon for her.
А, не, у нее 2
If you
косы.
remember,
Ладно.
the justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the high...
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that... All right, I've answered your question. Now, it's time you answer mine.
Настя, парню уже 20... Сколько? 22 года. Ты думаешь, он не научился отличать хорошее от плохого? И он до сих пор занимается плохим делом. Ну, мне-то не рассказывай.
Wait a minute. Did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry. You won't hear any pointless questions. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Well?
And why would that be? See, Silver and Maloose? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, demoiselle. I too, no matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, and if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Maloose. Anyway, I like your... Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two shall be my assistants.
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Oh, well, I can be the assistant. Sure. Or your companion, if you like.
That's more like it.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth. You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearance.
You have a point. You're quite... And what about you over there? What do you
Извините,
think?
чем задел
You
Настя.
seem like you've got something on your mind.
I have nothing to add.
Oh, alrighty then.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Lenny's tricks. Thanks!
Вот Скоромуч, например, почему? Вот вместо торта. Ну, на месте торта Скоромуч тоже был тварью. Потом ему вернулась память. Он мог также продолжить заниматься плохими делами, но, посмотрев на других людей и поняв, что с ним сделали, он перешел на хорошую сторону. Вот поэтому я и кинул уважение этому пареньку. Ой, веки.
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity.
No, we're not leaving. Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in. So the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point. I doubt there was much opportunity then.
How can you be so sure?
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time. I couldn't see Lenny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck. But still, I did not abandon my post, and I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone if they had... We Melazines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here. All right, thank you for your help. This will be useful. Whoever the murderer... Why would it... The performance...
Так, одну хрень мы сделали. Хорошо. Заходим обратно в зал. И идем искать.
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, it just so happens that I'm interested too. If you find any new and interesting leads, be sure to share them with me, all right?
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first? The way I see it.
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during...
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that it's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Lenny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened, the thud has become an important clue.
That makes sense. so...
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Linny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. Jumping atop the water tank, and when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope.
But wasn't the noise we heard too...
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing. Oh, that's true.
That does remind Paimon, though.
Так.
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after...
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What were you saying about the number select?
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
Linny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl... Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance. In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
That much checks out. Linny reserved our seats for us, too.
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Even though it's bad for Linny's case...
Нифига тут.
So this is the rope that broke and caused the what? The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks? Why are you suddenly so serious, traveler?
Ну, не знаю.
Whoa.
Мне кажется,
Look, this bit is
класс.
made from different material. Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left. So if a rope meant to hold something was made with... Wait! Why don't you write all this down? Hello there! What are you investigating?
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the Magic Troupe members are currently considered prime suspects. The investigation team is still collecting the seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list. Sure, it's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine. Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the Magic Troupe members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troupe at all. Which
Were the victims of...
That's how it seems to us, in any case.
Okay then.
No need to be so formal. It is of utmost importance.
We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Lenny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see.
Просто знаете, что еще?
Things are getting interesting.
Помимо
We're about to see how magic is
прочитанного с Шерлок Холмса, типа этого всего, ты сам еще хочешь подумать, что да как. Что здесь происходит.
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Хорошо.
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower.
Она будет легендаркой? Если будет легендаркой, ладно, я выбью C0 ее. Окей. Хорошо, ладно, я, блядь, реально, это все. C0, ладно, я ее выбью, окей. Особенно, если она будет гидра. Я по ней виду, что она будет гидра.
Call me Navia. I'm a partner of, and these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Она мне чем-то на Лизу смахивает. Не знаю, чем-то да смахивает. Те сиськи не такие большие.
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on...
I appreciate your
Она
kind
Гео.
interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Гео, так... Ага. Да.
Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here?
Не знаю, я просто ноль все.
I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Стоп! А не она ли должна стать стандартной левой? Просто говорили то, что кто-то из Фонтейна, именно Гео, станет стандартной левой. Не она ли? Случайно. У нее 4 косы.
Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all that go?
Ну, блин-то, нет, тогда... Я, блядь, тогда лично не рад. Нужно ее реально выбивать на ивентовом баннере. И все. Блядь, я в армии буду.
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back? You mean the inside of the door?
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row.
Понял.
The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get? Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it...
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 and see this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside and—
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the—
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began—
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh,
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who. And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
So that's how it all worked! Wow! Every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last!
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative— But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand—
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off. And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime.
Да-да. Не, ну ее бы я тоже выкрутил. Она что-то мне тоже запала в душу прям.
Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
Но Кларинда это что с чем-то. Это прям самое сердечко.
This is the scene of the crime. So Linny and Lynette are not permitted to—
Понятное дело, что самое сердечко. Я, блин, люблю Электро в игре. Сука, Электро-персонаж в игре самый охуенный. Ничего не знаю. Сказал я, у которого нет сайна.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't—
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
Че лагать так начало? Прям призы начались, подождите. Блять, Паймон. Сними ты эти очки нахрен. До сих пор фризит, ну ладно.
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from— Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Right! And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them? Ugh, this is so confusing.
Блять. Что у нее с очками, я не понимаю. Я не ломаю стол. Все нормально. Разбитая ваза.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be water here?
Oh, Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water and here's a broken vase. Huh.
That can't be. The trolley moves along track.
Let's note this down too and think of...
Не, ну пока что она на нашей стороне. А, все, выполнено, окей.
What's this?
Стоп, а это что реально?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's all kinds of odds in it.
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left?
Whatever it.
Так. Мне кажется, здесь мы... А, вот еще, да. Да, блядь. Да, блядь. Вот. Я уже собирался уходить, честно говоря.
What is this place?
It seems someone could...
Could this have been?
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them, the space would be...
But there are no other ways in or out of here. Oh, you're right. Let Paimon write that down. Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes. Let's head back up.
Я весь выпил уже. Энергетик. Сука.
Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Maloose returns. Seems to...
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's base. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or...
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then. You know, like the kind you...
The plot thickens. No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
Малиус или Сильвер? Кто это такие? Я забыл. Я помню эти имена, но... Стоп, или... Подожди. Или подожди. Или подожди, стой.
Charges and then trial.
Напомни, пожалуйста, кто это.
Charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the oratrice will hear statements from both sides.
Я так понимаю, подожди, это Сильвер, это... Малиус. Фу ты. Либо этот, либо молодой, либо старый. А, ты выбираешь, типа, кого бы я выбрал, да? Подожди, стой. Сейчас. А. То есть, кого бы я выбрал, да? Мне кажется, очевидно, кого. Да, конечно, Сильвер, блин. Без A, в смысле без A. Почему здесь «э»?
That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies. To put it simply, it's as if the oratrice has it.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. Not that this has ever happened anyway.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. Then, finally, the...
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides?
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment.
Yeah.
Which is... yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us...
Huh? Why?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a point. That's it.
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not...
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts. I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all. Just kidding! Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply make some.
Huh? Here?
Understood, Demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the Demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snacks soon and...
These three are quite the interesting group. And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven! Oh, it's even better now. From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, but you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself! Beating the egg whites...
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Paimon was just thinking, aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty beating egg whites and baking like this?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy making snacks. Don't underestimate beating egg whites, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency, or your macarons will crack. Anyway, give these a try, fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Only 3?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head. You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite. Strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears the mind and lifts... No need for concern. I'm merely doing as I...
All right, then. Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something of a secret chamber. However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any...
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this but the only people left to consider are both technically victims, whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or poor Cowl.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowl before making her escape?
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick, nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has...
Were we not thorough enough in our search? From the sound of things, this is turning into an... Your macarons are amazing, though, Navia. They smell great. They're nice and
Как же она быстро меняет темы.
They are my specialty, after all. And...
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right.
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough. Wait, even you don't believe Paimon? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach!
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. Maloose, set up the stove again, if you would.
Huh? What are you doing?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
Well, this really is your hobby, huh?
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the 2 of you think the case over again. It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
All right, thanks for your help, and for...
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Maloose, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
Детективы херовы. Следующего дня они на том написали, хорошо. И? Ну, задницу свою лучше вот так перемотаем. Так, сейчас, секунду. Потек вернулся. Начинается. Ну давайте. Начинается. Блин, да я как будто в реальной жизни сейчас нахожусь. Прям, не знаю, как будто реально со мной суд сейчас будет, и я адвокат.
Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or...
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be...
Best of luck to you.
Они из лучших моментов сюжетки. Хорошо. Я просто боюсь сейчас затупить очень жестко. Ну да ладно.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did...
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well, now, don't you all look disappointed? Don't tell me that your investigation came up empty-handed. That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence. But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe,
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement?
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what...
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's not right here.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box, and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid.
Стоп. Чё, подождите, ребята, у меня сейчас просто подозрение, знаете, вот так бац. А может, это Фурина реально сделала? Специально. Потому что вспомните нашу первую встречу, мы ей сразу же не понравились. Она сразу же начала какую-то хрень нести. И тут на тебе. И плюс еще ко всему, она говорила то, что... Ой, не даете поразмышлять. Ладно, проходи дальше, ладно.
Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
The House of the Hearth?
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatsui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it.
Они оба? Этот Невелет и Фурина? Или кто фатуется? Блядь, я даже не понял, кто фатуется, ёкарный бабай. Чё, кто? В смысле, блин? А, да? А, да?
The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. Oh, good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really...
Hey, Lenny! Why didn't you tell us this before?
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true?
У меня сейчас в сознании все нахрен перевернулось.
Please answer my question.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Granted.
Блять.
In that case, what is your request?
Я буду уже тоже придирчив к этому. Я все-таки терпеть не могу этих фатуиц.
Is that really necessary? They're already as...
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left?
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene...
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professional... In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of...
Арлекина, как ты и говорил, это другое.
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up. I'm sorry, Traveler and Pipe.
Yeah, sorry.
Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys. Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad!
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry. I know you've clashed with the Vatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset. But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to. Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Well, you both say that, but... Right. Let's hear your answer first, and no lies.
Of course. I'll answer and we've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick, with the objective of getting close to...
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice, which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground. But the countdown... After that, the homicide occurred just as...
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in...
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either. But, like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is
Не
that the
спрашивайте.
scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense. Huh? Oh, Paimon...
Меня сейчас на данный момент раздражает 3 персонажа. Это Фурина, Лини и Линет. Меня знаете, что больше всего удивляет? Линет, она такая молчаливая вообще. Я бы и не догадался реально, что она фатуется. А вот с Лини... Так, 50-50 было. Ну как 50-50? 90 на 10. Где-то так. Торт здесь потому что не присутствует сейчас.
When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her
That took long enough. Now then, if at this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective. countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that this sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linny red-handed. So Linny proceeded to knock him out too before. Afterward, Linny passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience. And there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events, what Linny experienced, and what he saw.
Блин. Да я знаю, что он заговорил, я... Это мы сейчас, да? Ну точно, стоп. Стоп. Ребят, ну долго, подождите. Можно. Так, давайте с самого начала начнем. Так. Блять. Очень сложно, сука, очень сложно. Это явно не сейчас. Да, это явно не сейчас. Это тоже не сейчас. Нет, стоп. Да я понимаю, но... Нет, я сейчас пытаюсь этот... Вот это я могу объяснить вот этим. Типа, реально, нахрена похищать девушку и при этом снимать с нее одежду? Нахрена? Это, наоборот, еще больше улик принесет. Но все же, еще раз. Вот это я могу сказать вот этим. Вот. А вот это, блин, сложно очень. Хрен с ним.
Seems this won't produce a particularly effective rebuttal.
Согласен. Ладно. Тогда вот это. Тоже нет. Стоп, нет, тогда... Стоп, если не это две, то... Блять, ну точно не это. Тоже. Только не говорит, что вот это, ну... Вот, я же сказал, что не это. И не это.
Seems this won't produce a particularly effective...
Тогда стоп. В смысле? А, стоп, я здесь девушку тоже не заметил. Бля, чат, это пиздец. Я не хочу это уже проходить, ё-моё. Стоп, еще раз. Тоже нет. В смысле, блядь? А, ну,
According to
кстати.
Linny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation.
Так, хорошо, одно раскрыли. Это теперь недоступно, да. Так. Тоже нет. Тоже нет. Остается только два варианта. Я правильно понимаю, то, что я вот это теперь опровергнуть не смогу? Чат. Из меня хреновый Шерлок Холмс, вы знаете. Ладно.
Lenny went to the
Вот, да.
room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the act. Lenny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed traces of the.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say! When the countdown started, Lenny did indeed go into the tunnel. But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete the magic trick, he did not remain there for any length of time. Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of...
Ошибись. Из меня Шерлок Холмс на троечку, блин.
Paimon did it! Paimon...
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the
That's
right! My reasoning?
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Lenny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case.
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell him! And that's why they're partners of mine.
Oh, well, your denial is very strident, I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to... Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have... You're saying that he wasn't?
Поймано. Так, хорошо. А что мы должны выбрать вопрос? Ну, типа... Ну, и что? Бля, мы это еще не разгадали. Сука, пока не исследовано. Сука.
Are you sure we don't need to give this more thought?
Стоп, да. Здесь что-то реально не сходится.
Are you sure we don't need to...
Да в смысле, блин? Это же реально.
That's right! Lenny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance. This means that when the crime happened, Lenny had... The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof! How do you like...
Well played. To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Lenny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
А, чтобы узнать подробности.
Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along? Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the...
Нет, но он погиб, как?
Halsey
Точно
is
не
the
он.
missing person and an ordinary...
Что мне кажется, что это? Нет? Нет. Значит, тут
There
третий.
have been a third...
Да смысл? Что за хрень?
The deceased's name is Cowell.
Не, ну это бред.
That can't be right. The killer was...
Oh, is that so? How interesting!
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be... No one entered or left the opera house through its entrance. The deceased's name is Cowell. Halsey's clothing was in the sound we heard may have come from a clash.
Ладно.
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent.
Да.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave up. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some... The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey. No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances, so... The deceased's name is Cowell.
Тоже неверно предположено. Да, блядь. Еще хуйня какая-то. А, ну здесь и так все понятно.
Linny was not in the tunnel at...
Или нет?
No one entered or left the opera house. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel.
Блядь, нет, ну это будет тогда бредятиной, да.
It would have been tough for both people. It would have been tough for both people to...
Она уже выбрана.
The deceased's name is Cowell.
Получается такой же замкнутый круг. Вот я о чем и говорю.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that... No one entered or...
Ладно. Ну вот нахрена вот тогда одно. А, тут специально так.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff. And here I thought you had...
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been...
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very very likely. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear.
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but do you not see that the crowd is growing impatient? There is no...
Это нечестно.
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment. The sound we heard may have come... The deceased's name is Cowl. The vase was not broken by chance.
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving... If there's a similar...
Oh, just a moment, please. How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here. Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Linny. Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very...
Even so, I trust the traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his...
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end...
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to... Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with... We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are... water from the
primordial sea.
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword one of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact...
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Could something so ridiculous...
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but...
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water? Wait just a minute. Could that mean...
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order!
It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey... Guards, please continue examining the items along... Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence.
Of course. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case is seemingly
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that...
The rope that held the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and snapped. As such, the focus here is on the water. Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some... The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. I remember there was something else within the inner... Now it seems like the hook rope... Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire... The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant.
А, нет? Ну ладно. Зато с одним все-таки не прогадался. А, кстати, да, в натуре. Что-то я протупился, стоп.
I remember there was something else within the water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before. I remember there was some. The rope that held the water tank up. The water from the primordial sea.
Все равно неверно.
Lynette was in the magic box on stage.
Ладно.
The deceased's name is. The rope that held the water tank.
Я не пойму.
The water from the primordial. The rope that held the water tank up. Lynette was in the magic box on. I remember there was something. The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before. The rope that held the water tank up was lit by the fire. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have... I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box.
Я вижу.
Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire... I remember there was...
Вот. Я так и думал. Так.
The deceased's name is Cowl.
Понятное дело, уже понятно.
The water from the primordial...
Серьезно, блять.
It's Ace Detective Paimon! In the original plan, Cowl would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it. Afterward, Cowl would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel. With the remaining evidence being... But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel.
Huh. That does make sense.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces.
Нужно еще ниже.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person?
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstance. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people, and we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
What?
That can't be.
Oh, I see. Well, how wonderfully comedic. Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present...
Опять. Да кто мне там спамит, ёкарный бабай?
To take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent. Having made modifications to the props beforehand, but upon his return, in cruel avarice, ultimately, he knocked Cowl out, and now, as much as I regret... Am I right, Mr. Linny?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us... Is this the end of the road?
Да ну, в смысле?
Paimon can't think of anything either. Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move.
I think we've all seen enough now. And we have I believe this is indeed the finale. Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice, should we...
Excuse me, everyone, but I must...
Miss, I must ask you not to shout and to respect.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little... I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who is What in the world?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's... Come on, Lenny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rasul. But, as the magic makers and stars of the show,
I understand.
And voila.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me, and then before I knew it, she caught me.
that'll teach you to
Where should I begin? I'm sorry.
What?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Lenny was the one who caught me in the...
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief. Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I
Я вот
thought
о
that
чем
would have been
говорил.
the end of it, but then he even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing... I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera.
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
This time, we need to tell the...
Да, нет. Тоже нет. Тоже нет, да. Тоже вообще ничего, опять? Нет, это херня какая-то. Что 70 штук? Фу, 70 круток, понял. И на кого это? Невель, точно. Уже нет. Да блин, а что тогда, ёбаный рот? Можно я наугад просто это все сделаю? Да. Я не хочу уже это думать, реально, блядь, заебало.
The flower vase.
Точно нет. Вот.
Lillian was afraid.
And it's Ace Detective! Having been selected out of the blue, Lillian panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured. Hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt. He did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top, knocking Cowell out. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until... She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So...
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
At this point, all the events that happened...
Ah, so that's the... Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements? Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings...
What? Are you reading my mind now? No, I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really...
Wow! Look at that! She's like a deflated balloon.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermark. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent. While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated, this case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision. As such, Linny and Lynette.
Great work, partners. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes? I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a... Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the guards.
Yes! Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a
Скажите,
potion,
пожалуйста, ты до сих
which when
пор
extremely
этот,
diluted, can
первую
cause
часть?
people to experience unforgettable. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent more off it.
And now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have...
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
So, we're just going back now? That's true.
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
Winnie.
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me, but still. Let me thank you again for defending me to the end, even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui. I guess. But regardless, I'd like the I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind, back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the street. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come. Before long, an aristocrat came to me.
So you went from orphans to nobility?
That was how we felt at first, too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circle.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant.
Oh no. But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care. And they have their ways of
Чем
escaping.
такую мерзость, блин, хуеверсы еще сюда добавили?
I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood. And
so, she'd already taken...
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans. Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles, but she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving...
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis's power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy.
So, she believes in that prophecy?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water. All of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, to us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from...
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
It's all right. I understand. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as
Bye,
Mm.
Hey
Жди,
there.
жду.
What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so, too? Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now.
Ah, I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that, Navia.
Aw, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the... sorry about that. I'm a bit... Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partner.
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal?
Well, I just like to have a proper ending to Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If boss
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the quarterfinals?
All right then, let's have our farewell.
4 часа! Вы шо? 4 часа первая глава, вы что, совсем охренели? И круток. Ну, вы поняли. Суки. Бля, ребят, я проголодался что-то, я честно скажу, я поесть пошел бы, блядь, уже 4 часа реально стримлю, ебаный рот. Угу. А вы точно потом придете? Потому что это где-то на минут 20, я думаю. Пока разогрею, пока это. Надолго. Сейчас тогда. Ладно. Ох ты ж, бля. Боже мой, как же я заколебался. Я вам честно признаюсь, это пипец. Ой. Окей. Окей. Ладно. Вам музыку на фоне включить? Ребзи. Да, Настя, тебе тоже приятного. Я могу вам, в принципе, музыку на фоне включить, если хотите. Ребят, знаете, что я вам предлагаю? Это... Если что, я только еду приготовил. Так что не беспокойтесь. Давайте посмотрим какие-нибудь видашки. Ютубчики. Чего-нибудь да посмотрим. Пока едим. Меня слышно? Да, меня слышно. Так, сейчас, секунду. Что-нибудь да найду, чтобы смотреть. А я знаю, что посмотреть. Качество будет, конечно, такое себе, но все же. Пониже опустить. Вот так пойдет. Так. Давайте посмотрим. Видосик.
Ну шо у нас? Академия пожилого смеха. Попробуй не смеяться, играть подборка приколов, смешные видео 2023. Всем приятного просмотра, хорошего настроения. 31% опять не подписаны на канал. Подпишись, пожалуйста. Спасибо тебе, добрый человек. Спасибо за лайк и за подписку. А что, нормально, так лучше ложиться. Бля. Мне кажется, она им не простит это. Никогда. Это... Почему бы и да? Вот он. Браво.
What are those strings on your arms? There it is.
Работает и все.
Выбирай, что хочешь. Ризотто с трюфелями, черепаший суп.
Суп из черепашек? Бедный. Ну давай.
Вот пацаны ставили окно. Смотрите. Открывается. Закрывается.
Что одевать, блядь? Что? Ветер холодный, солнце теплое. Люди, выйдите на улицу, я посмотрю, в чем вы.
Жиза, кстати. Вот это жизненная тема.
В чем вы.
Жиза, кстати. Вот это жизненная тема. Мне кажется, так в глазах рябить не будет, нет?
Это мое невезучее место.
Когда здесь 140 пролетаешь?
12 часов я работаю 2 через 2, да, сейчас. Но я умудряюсь прийти домой после 12 часов, еще каточку в доточку отыграть, а потом только спать ложусь, потому что без этого я не засыпаю.
Из боксеров.
Вот это уровень.
Из боксеров?
Кстати, дотеров вообще много на канале. ММРы напишите внизу в описании. Там сколько у вас там, сколько. Или мы на циферки не дрочим. Лайк на стрим, ММРы коммент. Посмотрим, сколько нас.
Геев. Хабиба Нургамедов. Хабиба Нургамедов. Хабиб Нурмагомедов. Хабиб Нургамедов. Нургамедов. Точно. Вот, или выговорил.
Девушка, садись! Двигай в тачку, покатаемся!
Поехали.
Двигайся, двигайся, двигайся. Поехали. Всё? Ну, поехали.
Ты можешь сколько угодно стараться и
Обожаю
фотографировать свою
мотиваторов,
девушку
да.
хоть 2 часа подряд, но ты же прекрасно понимаешь, что в итоге она тебе все равно скажет, что...
Снимки дерьмо. Дерьмо? Дерьмо. Полное дерьмо.
Если
Мне
бы
кажется,
про
это
коммунальные
жиза.
платежи снимали кино.
Вот такая вот квартира.
Вау.
А что случилось с прошлыми жильцами? Пройдемте на кухню. ЖКХ придет за тобой.
Привыкни к аппарату.
Ни хрена. Что это за такое? ЖКХ и ЖКХ, что ты начинаешь-то?
Не топи,
Ля.
ты чё, оху...
Вообще.
Мне все равно.
Даже дверь открыта.
Воу-воу-воу.
Стал час возмездия! Мы больше не будем надеяться! Мы больше не будем ждать! Вы готовы, мои воины?
Дебил, блядь.
Гектор! Гектор! Гектор!
Мы напишем простенькую программу на Python Hello World. Для этого вам нужно зарегистрироваться на нашем сервере и создать виртуальную машину, на которой мы будем писать код. Ставим на нашу виртуалку любой Linux и накатываем последнее обновление с репозитория. Далее качаем и устанавливаем сам Python, IDE для разработки, можно PyCharm или Visual Studio Code. В VS Code обязательно добавляем через экстеншены linter, gitlens или можно еще pylens. Добавляем Django и создаем сайт для нашей программы.
成果然群体的，我生的我了，咱这得去吗？杜龙我老板这里就点，穷我个长个。
Дорогой, подойди, пожалуйста.
Да, дорогая. Здрасте.
Здрасте. Я вашей супруге объясняю то, что маловязкое масло для вашего двигателя идеально подходит.
По-моему, очень креативно.
Извиняюсь, вы сейчас не с мамой разговариваете? Не с мамой разговариваете? Она мне должна была позвонить.
Какая мама?
Моя.
Я с мамой знаю.
Я не знаю, она говорила, позвонит вам, нет?
Да,
Да. А вы с кем разговариваете?
Что ваша мама?
Лена.
Какая Лена?
Ну, Попова. Вы сейчас с кем разговариваете? Не с ней?
Молодой человек, вы что?
А вы с кем разговариваете, можете сказать?
Нет, не могу.
Можете повесить, она сейчас набрать должна.
Ты слышишь? Ты знаешь такую маму Лену? А вы-то кто?
Стас.
Стас?
Да. Ты знаешь таких? Фамилия?
Константинов.
Константинов. Не знаешь? Короче, я кладу трубку, мне достаточно позвонить. Подождем.
Че, можно туда позвонить? Можно позвонить? Его. Что за шаман, ёпта?
Блядь, ты ёбнутый. Ты ебанутый.
Что это такое ехало?
Есть лыжи?
Нету.
А коньки?
Женщина, у нас вино-водочный магазин.
Ну надо же. Ну вот придется взять бутылку мартини. Видит Бог, хотела спортом заняться.
Блять! Ох, ёб твою мать.
I can't stop, I can't stop, I can't stop, I can't stop.
You're so fine, she done pissed me off. How are you that fine?
Поехали.
Mr. Bombastic, bomba fantasta. Con el pasquis, zomep sromgatsta. Приход мамо кларо горчоко.
Дизайнеры создали новую футболку для лета, стоит потничок $250. Потный принт есть под мышками и на груди, на спине ничего нет, об этом дизайнеры не подумали. Теперь можно спокойно потеть и говорить всем, что это все модная футболка.
Так, Каркунов, ага.
И спала сладко-сладко, я просидел бы до утра у твоей кроватки.
Здесь должен быть такой красивый видос, который...
У меня Cherry 390 T Tiger 8 Pro Max AWD 4 выхлопа, 3 подушки безопасности, 2 одеяла в опасности, 1 руль. Экран показывает Full HD, не полный HD, чуть-чуть HD. И снимает на камеру от Xiaomi, в которой 42 мегапикселя, 16 просто пикселей, 2 гигабайта. В машине двигатель не стучит, не шумит, не едет. Коробка от пылесоса лежит в багажнике. 5 посадочных мест, 4 взлетных, 3 аварийных, 2 лежачих и 1 для тещи. Парктроники, лес-троники, сквер-троники, все работает. Фары светят как ближним, чуть-чуть, средним, средним и дальним.
Mr. Bombastic, bomba fan...
Сука. Ля. Ля, бля.
Колокольчик, чтобы не пропустить новое
Демон
видео.
просто...
Я вот о том же. Я почти доел. Сегодня мне кто-то написал. Угу. Ну, в принципе. Продолжаем дальше. Чё? Как говорится, похавали. И дальше за работу. Поехали. Но реально, скажу вам, ребят, я не ожидал то, что первая половина будет длиться реально 3 часа. Блять, что-то слишком дохуя. О, подождите, нет, стой, сейчас переварится. О, что-то я обожрался эти 3 бутерброда, таких сочных, с сосисками и с сыром, бля. Расплавленным сыром-то, бля. Сейчас, секунду. Как говорится, после плотного обеда, по закону Архимеда, чтобы не откинуться, нужно срочно продолжать не буду. Так, меня же нормально слышно? Что там как по звуку?
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up.
Кстати, вопрос, где у него глаз блока, блин? А, вот он, все вижу. Сколько у нее... А, у нее только один все. Даже руки на пояс поставил.
In that case, I'll go order for us first. Please wait here a moment. Ooh, everything looks so good. People in Fontaine sure know. Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time. And if it's... Well, then I'll still bring everyone. Yeah. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but... Oh, true. Very true. In that case, Bob... Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had to order even more food. Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon now that this has all happened? Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that. Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion that the investigation could never really move forward before. Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking! We were so close to hearing who was behind it. In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like a yawning... To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities... It's not that I don't have... It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective, which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exist. Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the... Seems Paimon thought things... It's all right. Well, let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans? That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended. It didn't really seem like the right time. I see. So, your primary objective, which is... I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, consider... Yeah, We've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough getting any of her time.
Well, would you consider some more, unique ways? Perhaps.
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you. Chock full of sketchy ideas.
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play. Don't you think?
Could you suggest something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty hard to pull off. We'd have to go learn how to...
All right, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then, wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers all your... I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as...
That might work, but that's not really the problem.
Valid point. I overlooked that part. All right, no more joking around. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense. Why don't we give it a try after this meal? You know, strike while the iron is hot and all.
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Was this your drink? Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention and the cup was...
No, it's fine. We're just about done here.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fanta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and icky.
Is that so? Well, in that case, we'll have to blacklist the If we're all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Yeah, we're stuffed.
О, ну поехали. Далее. Что с загрузкой? Все.
Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore. Nah, that would be so... normal. You know, like you.
Okay. As for expenses this...
Hey, Navia! What are you...
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again. Bye, Navia!
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome. In any case, I wish you...
See ya!
На минимум. Мешать, ну ладно. С возможностью. И так низко по умолчанию стоит, но я вот так лучше поставлю. Да-да. Стоп, сейчас у меня вопрос. Алиса здесь или нет? Она просто так хотела, блин, посмотреть прохождение сюжетки от моего лица. А ты где вообще? Сейчас ты дома, Вась? Ладно, поехали. Надо будет после стрима включить все на максималке. Солнце шпарит. У нас более-менее. А че я бегу-то 800 метров, господи? Я потерял, да. Понял.
There aren't many people around anymore. Looks like...
Vache.
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again? Ugh. That's kind of spooky.
Vache? Vache.
Hey, why are you still walking towards it? There might be something nasty in the water. Huh? Hang on. Paimon can kind of hear a voice. Hey, traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
Vache, are you my dear Vache? No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Do you know Wait. Who am I? My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten? Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but... I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim. I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure, loved exploring places of peril. No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. I knew how dearly he loved me. But now, we can no longer go back. The pain of such parting. No! Our reunion no longer has any meaning. The thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie forgotten beneath the waters. If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness. If only I could have comforted him. Told him that I did not suffer. Indeed. Is that what you call it? Dissolving? If anything, I consider it a form of... It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and anxiety. I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think. Farewell, then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence. Remember,
Вечер добрый.
Look out!
dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex. Chlorand?
Chlorand? Не лагай, пожалуйста.
I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Clarand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
Честно говоря, я сейчас думал то, что она на их стороне. Но, блядь, я никак не ожидал то, что она пойдет к нам на помощь.
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
У тебя скоро это пуговицы того. Ты лучше поменяй рубашку.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
Конечно.
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust.
Ну, если бы зараз не лагала, было бы вообще
Were
идеально.
he alive today?
Do not speak of my father.
Sorry, demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clarand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotional harm.
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful.
Когда она выйдет, а? Когда она выйдет? Все, извините. Простите.
Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
Сука, сейчас Эй ревновать будет. Блять.
I'm sure they've known about me.
Подождите, получается, когда выходила это Сумеру, я хотел, получается, сколько? Только одного персонажа, да. Это Дехи. Сейчас я хочу двоих персонажей, вот которые, блядь, стоят против друг друга.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law.
4-3, блядь, я в армии буду, скорее всего, сука!
I can only conclude that some powerful...
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di...
Yes. Be careful, and do not...
I will continue investigating, no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. Regardless, thank you for your help today, Clarand. But, if you get...
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you. Good day, all.
В смысле? В смысле?
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clarand was being sincere with you. If we tried, we could...
I know, I just... She's...
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were done for! Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang saved us! Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clarand who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not for me, anyway. In truth, as such, we're still partners. There's no need to thank me.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her...
All right, you two.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up in the nick of time.
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed somehow? Cool.
Yes, all thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
How did that help?
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said. That the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky. Fanta only comes in sweet flavors, so how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall, had also been a bit off.
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Yes. So, if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
Huh. Really?
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate, but whoever did this left no trace at all. That's when I figured out that you might be in danger, and her—
What? Why would they go after us, too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name. Ugh, now we're caught up in this mess, too, aren't we?
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process. Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the primordial seawater?
Well, it can't be a coincidence that the traveler fainted just now. He said that he heard— Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too! But it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater, then? Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's used on people who are not from Fontaine?
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
New intel? While you were out cold—
well, let's hear it, shall we? Oh, that is important. Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court lately. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene. But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Yes, thank you. This is very
Ребят,
important information.
я хотел спросить у вас, чат,
We will continue to
те, кто
investigate.
проходил сейчас сюжет, ну, Настя, Вась, мне сейчас оставаться такой же графикой на минималке, то бишь больше не будет этих сцен? Или все-таки... Тьфу ты, блядь, короче, еще раз. Мне оставаться в этой же графике, если там будут сцены, или поменять?
Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're still partners, right? And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, Traveler?
Понял. Ну, блин, что ж, ребят, с Нави у меня подозрение снято. То бишь, ну, видно, что она это за нас. Потому что она сейчас спасла нас в такой ситуации, блядь.
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of Spina di Rosula, after all.
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange accommodations for you. We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as partners. But we'll take that one step at a time,
Чуть-то
I guess.
какой-то это... мутный стал, потому что солнце ушло.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is definitely secure.
И Навию, и Кларинду, сука, хочу. Блядь. Знаете, что прикольно будет? Смотрите, выходит Навия, короче. И она становится стандартной легой. Я кручу баннер с Клариндой, и падает 2 леги в десятки сначала Кларинда, а потом Навия. Это ж, представьте, какой разъеб будет, нахуй. Это ж будет пиздец, блядь. Да просто мир вот так замкнулся, нахуй.
It's right up ahead, but let's make sure we weren't followed first.
Не, а чё? Ну а что? Мне кажется, вполне нормально будет.
I've been keeping watch, demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious.
Huh, very good. But let's not let our guard down for now.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Стоп, 4-3. Там и возможно будет, сука. Блять.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue, traveler.
Я знаю, что я бан получу. Я, в принципе, бан... Давайте будем честны. Я, в принципе, бан получу, когда у меня будет C6. Потому что, вроде как, из моей аудитории всей, ни у кого еще нету лекции 6. Настя, Вась, вы там спускаетесь? Давайте, я вас жду. На, стоп, Настя, там? Давай, я с тобой спускаюсь. Хочу. Куда? Стой! Где тут ваш мелус? Мел этот.
This is your base? It's not quite what Paimon and...
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I...
Well, our funds have been a little tight lately. After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us.
Seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have the support of the people...
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago. I'm afraid I'm...
Your father... He was the previous boss's...
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to...
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And my father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful in the streets. 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor, instead of...
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence. But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender, determined to die in the arena.
Отпугал, ё-моё. Такой я ем, да, ну блин-то сейчас. Вопрос, у меня там не авто включено случайно? Нет, не авто. Сейчас приду. Надо с тарелкой сходить.
Но еще неизвестно. Мама, по крайней мере, не хочет. Я сегодня открыл про Оскорбление. Там 25-27 градусов. Температура воды 22 градуса. Да, это не холодно. 22 это нормально. Ну и потом разберемся. Вот это самое. Не то, что
Спасибо, пап, за мороженое. Вы, батя, самый лучший, нахуй. Так. Ребят, задонайте кто-нибудь на наушники, пожалуйста. Потому что в конце недели мне должен быть прийти аванс, но я буду покупать оперативку. При оперативке у меня будет все крайне плачевно. На наушники. Да забейте, господи, шучу. Блять. Как же тебя, суку, так достать, чтобы ты, блядь, поаккуратней. Опа, на. Стой, сука. Хорошо, что ты немножко подтаяла. Сколько оно все тает? Спасибо. Можно печь? В смысле? А что у тебя с печенью? А, я понял. И это ваш прикол, я понял. Вы можете не продолжать. Любимое мороженое, главное, купил. Мое самое любимое мороженое. Это я. Бля, кайф.
3 years later, I still don't understand why he did that. How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself. The closest piece
Я
of
вспомнил
info
то, что у
I
нас
have
все-таки глаз Бога
is that
еще
my
у Чайлда
father had
есть.
been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom of that case.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in, but I haven't found a single new clue in my countless reviews of the investigation records. However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, They must know something. I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill his friend, I must get to the truth. If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me. And now, here I am investigating his death. You really are a handful, aren't you, Papa?
Demoiselle, please, if there is anything I can do,
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two of you, Demoiselle. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case for him to be dubbed Callus the Unfaithful. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our strained finances at present.
Wait, if Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious when he was accused?
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive to people from Fontaine, really. Everyone's like that. People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just as much.
But how could... never mind. If Callus was really falsely accused, we have to find the truth. He didn't deserve to have that happen to him.
There is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel was Ms. Clorand.
Oh, her? Well, then, isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who... Yeah, that's not the sort of thing that you can just let go and move on from.
Ms. Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she will not stop either. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he was resolute in the arena, there was only ever one choice she could have made.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just can't deal with this yet.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel. You don't have to force yourself to do that.
Afterward, Ms. Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety. Yes, that is our understanding as well.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of me? All right, anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end. Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day after all.
Yeah, Paimon's beat.
please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you rest soundly.
А мороженое я люблю чистая линия. Самое мое любимое мороженое, оно самое вкусное вообще. Как по мне.
So well. This place feels almost too safe. Huh? Navia? Where did the other two go?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do here at the moment.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back. But never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole time?
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday regarding the name Vache.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new evidence appear?
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone just now, huh?
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. it doesn't seem to have a match anywhere. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But that does prove that this Vache person is a key witness in the incident.
Does that mean we're too late, though?
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible to threaten, no matter how much they wanted to. And that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept. If the Oceanette you met is one of the young women who went missing recently, we should be able to find some related information there.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. Guess that's the hard-working Chief Justice for you. In that case, let's go talk to him, shall we? Aren't you coming along, Navia? Did you get tired?
No, it's nothing. Let's go see the Honorable Chief Justice. The Palais is right up ahead. Come on.
Слишком много мороженого. Я ем чистая линия. Просто обычная синяя. Есть розовая, вроде как. Есть шоколадная. Ну, клубничная, шоколадная и белая, я не знаю, какое это. Ванильная? Нет, не ванильная. О, блин. Меня откормили нахрен.
Halt! Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with official matters. Huh. This place does look pretty heavily guarded. Guess that proves that Neuvillette's files are really secure.
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or who you might be related to.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep. Paimon can tell. If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're busy, so please leave if you don't have a reason to be here.
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago? We were at the trial of the great magician Linny.
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's attorneys. It's all coming back to me now.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business. You can trust us.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Thanks so much.
Да, кстати, это, Настя, ты мне говорила, типа, не смей пиздеть на Неувиллета. Че на него пиздеть-то? Обычный мужик. Ты просто выполняешь свою работу судьи.
Please come in.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Neuvillette. We only lied to get in because we didn't know any other way.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
So you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vache. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information on the case.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
Who knew that Neuvillette would be so easy to talk to?
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vache has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years. There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Traveler, what if it was really just a dream?
Is that so? All right then. Thank you so much, Monsieur Neuvillette. We'll take our leave now.
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply...
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Neuvillette? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some... No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only said those things because you... It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last resort. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear. If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel? Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die, despised and hated by all? Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed everything. There are still so many things I never got to tell him. So many questions he still owes me, and if you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your... It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy... My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Я лучше ничего комментировать не буду, чтобы избежать гневных комментариев.
Navia, are you okay?
I'm fine. Rain. It's raining.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today. How strange.
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also raining.
What is it? Did you think of something?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think the rain could have affected... That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value. Oh? Wait. You don't mean...
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water? And then go, yeah. And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities.
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna make progress for sure this time.
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by yourself later? Great. Let's go then.
Да ладно. Тебя худо еще заревнуют, Вась. Давай прекращай. Опа, где? 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 А ну иди сюда. А ну стой. А ну стой. А ну иди сюда. Где ты, падла? Пикуй. Чего?
Take it easy.
На удивление сейчас такой свет охрененный, то что меня охрененно видно на баке. Дошлись! Тихо. Держи равновесие! Мама, блин. Тихо. Вот правильно, лучше переползи. Тихо, заползай наверх. Тихо. 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 Спокойно, спокойно. Тихо спускайся, тихо. Тихо иди. Ля-ра-ра-ра-ра-ра. Думай о птицах, думай о птицах, думай о птицах, думай о птицах. За ВВС! Я проебался. Ладно. Нет. Я лучше уж нормально в равновесии буду держать.
What a huge ship! Why would a ship be anchored at a...
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually... My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common. A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
А я еще думал, проходить-то сюжет или нет. Ой, ребят, давайте не будем про еду, пожалуйста. Давайте только не про еду. Я обожрался, как не знаю что. Сам себя накормил, еще и папа накормил, это кирдык. Да прохожу я, прохожу. Хорошо, хорошо. Где? Вон ты, скотина. Сука, я тебя сейчас достану, блядь. Собака, я тебя сейчас достану. Я ж тебя сейчас достану. Иди сюда. Ай-яй. Уже немного осталось. Час, максимум 8 часов стрим, хотите сказать, будет? Любись. Ладно. Я потом с тобой поговорю, подожди. Я кое-что другое сейчас хочу сделать. Где? Вон ты где? Гений, полез без стамины. Гидрокол сейчас. 10. Маловато будет. Этого добра маловато будет.
Maloose, we're back.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson so quickly?
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what if my father's case had something to do with... You still remember, right, Maloose? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many...
Wait! Didn't that guy...
Ё-моё, я вообще забыл про это!
also mention that the primordial...
Yes, he did.
Сейчас заберу.
Considering if you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as... And if
Я еще сначала подумал про гидрокул.
you'll experience
Гидрокул-то, да, забрал, а вот...
and anxiety, while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance. As he oversaw Poisson,
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath. Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind.
yes, but the enemy was very cunning. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers and seek... The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed that night. My father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. But then, we heard two guns...
Huh? How did that happen?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something... Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just... But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. You're right. We still don't know what happened.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with zero warning. I think this third person is probably the key to the full truth. On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, our opponent is insidious and cruel. Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson, there is no need to follow your father's path. It would be...
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect... Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. and Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that, ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims, and...
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more importantly, demoiselle...
So you do know something else, Maloose?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the series. But what drove all the tensions to the...
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. The doctors told him, and the serial disappearances case caused him. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. But once he passed away, knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already... But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose...
Right, so nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick to me.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful were still far preferable than losing face in front...
So he chose to die in silence.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, Demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not... If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the... I'm sure he'd be extremely...
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me?
И опять
And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now? Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Huh. Maloose, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where synth is produced. Essentially, when he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the... But if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take several things into consideration.
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming in?
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization that's been in operation for decades. There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able to find inside. But a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration. The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed, but also open ourselves up to full retaliation.
Then, in that case, why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
Huh. That's true. But things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearances case.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Maloose.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss and Demoiselle's will. I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigations, and...
Thank you for all of that, Maloose. Have you discovered anything?
Let me think. One conclusion I came to was that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula. When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendors. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the
Ребят, я вижу, что
suspect
вы
list
пишете
down
в
to
чате,
3
я
people.
сосредоточен на
The
Геншине,
first
извините.
is Florent, Spina di
Сейчас
Rosula's senior
дочитаю и к
advisor.
вам сразу.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that he was someone who understood Boss really well. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture this whole time. There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Uncle Marcel.
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest.
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di Rosula?
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support. It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down themselves.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guards. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authority. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities...
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along, among those I trust the most. It's almost too hard.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy is
Of course. And thank you, Malus. You've provided us with a lot of...
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just doing my duty. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit.
Oh, thank you so much, Malus. You really are the best.
A new case awaits, my dear partner. I hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end this case.
Я так понимаю, в 4.2, скорее всего, будет как раз-таки после Невеля это этот Нави. Скорее всего, ну, судя по сюжету, хрен его знает. А потом реально может быть Кларинда, если судить по логике. Потому что, как всегда, персонажи Геншина выпускают по сюжету, в принципе. За исключением этих архонтов. На, пожалуйста. Сейчас.
It is settled then. Please excuse me and enjoy.
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Malus.
Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything from us?
Oh. Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time. After what happened...
If it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rusula sent us a lot of mora and support. I understood your guilt and apology to be genuine.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of pain that comes with losing a father so needless.
You don't understand at all.
I didn't know how to face you, because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift. I know only the full truth could bring closure to you. And to...
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't have to carry all that guilt. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more or less found...
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that my father could ever bring him...
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. So when Mr. Callus came to him with a proposal, he tried to be as careful as he could, but
They found out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only... I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the conclusion I eventually came to.
Вопрос. Настя, Вась, вы будете сидеть на канале со мной, когда будет стрим разработчиков? То бишь вместе посмотрим. Ну как, я включу демонстрацию. Точнее, все мы будем смотреть у себя. Просто и будем делиться комментариями. Вот не в чате, а просто разговором.
Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callus had always taken great care of, even if he fired the shot that killed my husband. It was...
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy? If he did the... Papa always wanted to be a good man. So why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your pop...
Yeah. Papa was a really good man.
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, then he must have had his reasons. Regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword. He must have done so to give you a better life.
Ну извините, если там анонсируют «Эй», снимайте нахуй наушники, или же вы нахрен просто это... оглохните. Просто, не знаю. Да.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth. The current state of things is not something I'm willing to just sit back and accept.
Или же я свою зарплату просто буду оставлять до посинения. Просто до посинения этот донат. В любом случае нужно дождаться пятницы. Если там не будет Эй, то я буду дальше продолжать креатив против деда.
Thank you. I'm very grateful. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
You really think so? That's the first time any...
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Laurent should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city.
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House.
Yeah, I've heard.
It also reminded me, after my partner here put the dots together for me, Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that?
Let me think. After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. My first reaction was that Mr. Callus, but when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callus.
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But I've never really bought that explanation. Reason being, Mr. Callus had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene. But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned. Do you think there was a third person there who was...
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callus ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys? But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove... Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
About that, Malouse told me a thing or two. So, I think I can understand why. I'll tell you everything, once the whole truth...
I understand. Then, I'll leave Mr. Callus's... And if I may just say one more thing. The whole Callus the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my side since the day it was invented. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. But it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me, no matter what others might say.
Don't worry. You and all our other comrades...
Вот сказали про память, вспомнил. Где? Сюда ее есть. Ну, была, не была. Естественно. Ну, естественно.
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and...
Да, почти дед, конечно. И такой вместо деда падает чича, я такой, у меня 100% гарант.
Hey, Thierry, it's me.
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia?
Oh, so you've caught news of that.
Oh, okay.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under Nor...
I mean, where I work is... Callus did a fantastic job running the town, building Spina di Rasula from the ground up and clearing many obstructions in my way. It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city.
Я уже сижу с броней.
Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two friends of yours?
Прости.
You, here for some formal business?
Yes. These two are my partners. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case and my father's may be related. We're trying to reinvestigate the details of my father's old case.
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? I was also flabbergasted when I first heard of it. If you want to go through the original files from your father's case, I can help you look for them.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question. Do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamex?
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex in the city. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me, all you would need to do is get rid of the mecha serial numbers and send them after me.
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very different from controlling them. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders or carry your baggage. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my Gardamex. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, and it's almost impossible to keep it a secret. So I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units. They're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, well, thank you for the vote of confidence. Now, jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation. I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support from the guards.
Это, мне кажется, это вот этот бородатый парень, который... Вот этот предатель. Ну, он так взволнованно говорил постоянно. Настя, давай я тебе отдам Сигну Байлу. У меня, конечно, Байлу самой нет, но я могу тебе отдать Сигну. Кидает ссылку.
How may I help you? I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia's looking for.
Sure. I will let him know right away.
Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are giving out.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House. I'm sure you saw everything.
Yes, I've never seen anything so strange.
Oh, you were at the Opera House?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressive. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few glasses of wine.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that humans can dissolve in water?
Yes. I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're investigating now?
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to act.
Oh, and what makes you say that?
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea. If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit. Wasn't it you who protected us?
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabriere will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. I'm going to strike while— Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to recall my The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more. See if there are any valuable—
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need Mora. All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes to clear his name.
Take it easy.
А, это в Геншине звуки, господи.
We've talked to all three suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out— Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what we were able to find.
But where should we start? Ah, you're right! Florent mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of circumstance.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he refused, he and his family's lives would have been forfeit.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
Oh? And why is that?
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission...
So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the order and seek protection. Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory. Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite possible. But who among the three suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex?
Как второго звали?
Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible that he's figured out a way, but I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha. I also don't think he'd be able to keep that.
Yeah. Had he actually tampered with the mecha,
Thierry.
we'd be able to prove it with a simple check of the guard's inventory. If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how.
Florent? It is true that he was closest to my father, and thus had the best chance of learning about his dealings with Jacques. But as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security, so he shouldn't have much means when it comes to finances.
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a mecha army?
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to dispatch a whole group so quickly. Uncle Marcel? My father did really trust him. And they worked together on a large number of projects. And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardamex. It's still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, Uncle Marcel has been around since I was just a child. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of mora and energy to fight his own synth business? Who could it be?
Опять Шерлок Холмс.
You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel isn't...
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these.
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. When he laid out his case for the three, the rationale he gave me made a lot of sense as well. The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs,
Она вот
has the
висит.
means to
Мне лень
dispatch Mecha
тащить.
to assassinate us, and possesses significant intellect and foresight. Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
Yes, Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky. But we don't have... We need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Huh? Aren't you the guy from the guards? Did something happen?
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left. We've got another trial on our hands.
Wasn't that place built specifically for
Его не
holding
Тьерри звали,
trials?
блин.
What's so newsworthy about this one?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
What? Is that someone you know?
Yeah, we know him. Maybe even a little too well.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. It's absurd, don't you think?
Wait, how? None of our investigations have had anything to do with him.
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigations.
Right. Because they'll think they've already found the culprit.
Yeah. And it'll be a lot harder then to clear Mr. Callus's name.
I understand. Well, partner, what do you think we should do? Huh? Split up? What do you mean? Just as expected of my part. Since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, the culprit's attention will be focused on Irenaeus, leaving his home base wide open. You're right. This is our best opportunity. All right then, let's do this. Also, I won't have any chance of making that charge stick though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you to make it back in time.
We'll help you, just like you helped us in Lenny's trial.
Чего вы, блядь, ждете? Господи, я не понимаю.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malus, Silver. When did you two...
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured that you might require our assistance. It's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered with the two of us by your...
Thank you so much. Then, let's make haste for Irenaeus. See
you then!
Чего вы, блин, ждете? Я не понимаю. И там такая пацарликина. Привет.
For Aaron, yes? We should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over. Huh. According to Melusa's info,
Будет Орликина сейчас в этом сюжете, я выхожу нахрен с этой игры. Я не сдержу свои эмоции, нафиг. Нет? В смысле? Нет? Ну, нет. Ну ладно. Ну, значит, не выйду. Ладно. Ну, бля. А, блин, я же не взял эту хрень. Что за...
Finally found it. Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base. It sure doesn't seem out of the ordinary at all. Ah, you're right. An important place like this is... Navia's probably arguing up a storm right now to stall for us.
А. Ну ладно. Бля, ребят, 6 часов уже стримлю, охуеть.
It would appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name. Is that right? In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist Clorend, right? I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real disappointing.
Торт, ты еблан? Скажи мне, пожалуйста, ты совсем еблан, блядь? Его ж Кларинда нахрен ушатает. Да блин, его Кларинда нахрен ушатает. Какой нахрен драться?
Hey, don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a major case. This isn't the place for you to be looking for fights.
Вот-вот.
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
No. That's not what I meant.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly, and we have made very little progress. In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial is to determine the culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
That case had nothing to do with him. You've got the wrong man. Huh? What's going on?
Why is she interjecting again?
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last time because you were able to provide the court with a key eyewitness. But that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you with contempt of court for your interjections.
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless theatrics? We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default, correct?
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules and procedures anyway, so I'll take you up on that offer. So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia, who is the person you would like to charge instead?
That person is... the head of confrérie of Cabriere.
Huh? What confrérie? Never heard of them in my...
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di...
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. Committing to the charge also means taking on the legal responsibilities associated, and if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation. Knowing this, do you still wish to charge this man?
Yes.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the court. Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he may stand trial. Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney. Is that correct?
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding between me and Navia.
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss Navia, please present your charge.
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years
я попал с
ago,
первого раза.
to the case of Callus the Unfaithful. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all...
Navia, do you really think that I was... Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember both you and I... If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience doesn't even have the big picture yet. Even I'm...
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reason.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage. On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the confrérie of Cabriere. During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance Jacques lay dead from a gunshot wound. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, the suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clarand in the ensuing duel. These are the known facts about the case.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, in truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father. After that, the true culprit turned the third person. Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, however, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities of water from the primordial sea.
Не хочу. Чё тут? И здесь все пробирки. Ебанулись, блядь. Блядь, я не хочу это уже все выполнять, да. Можно я на рандом просто буду кидать и все? Я так понимаю, да, все. Предсказуемо. Так, хорошо. Тоже нет. Тоже нет. Тоже нет.
The testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassin. However, in the end, he reconsidered, and instead shared everything. Unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered the...
Мне уже башка, блядь, честно говоря. Третьего лица.
This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus, only for... A pile of clothing was found at the scene, but now it is clear that the clothes were proof that there was a third person at the scene. Since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain. Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve in...
Ah, so that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the...
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal if you wish to prove your innocence.
Ah, but I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated me.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, we prime... 1. Do you have the evidence to back up your...
I'm afraid not. At least...
Boo! If you don't have any evidence, you should...
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same time, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time.
That makes sense to me.
Тизер в этот момент.
I would consider this to be a reasonable investigative
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently today?
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen in the last...
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you described, then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had been dissolved, he could have at least mounted a defense.
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt that the dissolving power of water from the primordial sea, my father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the...
What?
If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. All of us would have stood to lose our lives. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine that we were in the right. But what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice? But by staying silent, we retained the ability to deter our opponents and continue. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me... And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot.
So, you mean to say, your father...
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent, Clarand. I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for my... But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
So... During the duel, did you believe that Callus was
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives. In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never intended to leave the ring alive.
since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. It appears there really are...
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the serial...
Right? What she said was fascinating, but kind of beside the point.
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearances?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing two gun... And, at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were all... Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous. I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia. It's one of your most endearing traits.
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
Know what she can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations, until I'm the only one. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah well, let Uncle Marcel teach you another lesson. Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
I suppose you're gonna tell me anyway.
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high-risk action with nothing to gain. In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received Callus's patron. But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
I do apologize, demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault. I'm sure he had come.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your heart?
Seems like she got the wrong guy.
Да какой ошибалась, блин.
At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now? He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscious. Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings and to stop rushing headlong into things, you'd have met most of his
This isn't just about me, and it never has been. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that the people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial many people's images are flashing before my eyes. I'm sure some are coming to those of you and whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vache? Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
Да, конечно.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Мы на Итеры переключаемся наконец-таки. Ох, нифига себе, меня не видно, ни хрена. Чего вы молчите, ребят? Джеймс, чего вы молчите, что мне ни хрена не видно? Наконец-то. Понял. Там зарождение активировано.
Illusion shot.
Here comes the catch.
Out of the frying pan. we need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
А, это вода. One second, а можно мне... Если вдруг здесь есть эти сундуки, то уже их собрать. Рыбки.
The water level is rising. Now we can swim to the top. But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
There is no escape.
Scuba, get them!
I'm going in! Inazuma shines eternal! Shine down! Let's light it up!
Out of the frying pan!
Gotcha!
Да зачем?
Now the path is clear. Let's go.
Illusion shot!
Everybody stand back. You're toast.
Game's up. Time's over. Quietly now.
Torn to oblivion!
After all that, we fought, though, as expected. That's...
Ну, у меня вообще без артефактов.
Let's see what's written here. Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation. Yep, this should prove the existence of the third person, right? We still have not determined The old dog's a real menace to deal. He can act whenever he wants. I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. He won't declare war as long as we... Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups. They're all just so evil. Whoa! There's so much synth here. And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the Mixing in progress. Ready to drink? Whoa! There's even fruit-flavored synth? Yep! What's this over here? Looks like some kind of experiment number 16. The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Females... Sorry, traveler. Paimon will try her best. It's just that... Paimon, how can someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact tone? You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going. So that's why he did all of these experiments. Wait, did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane! Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. You mean Vache is the one who did all of these... experiments? So that's it! Vache was no victim, but personally took his luck. No, that's not it either! If that's the case, why would he want people to resurface? In any case...
Есть много знаю, как я заебался все это читать, блядь.
Oh, look! There's an important-looking basin over here, and it's full of water. That means this is where they make all the synth. If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get... Paimon will take notes on this incriminating evidence. What's all this?
Еще так долго все
It's
идет,
a bunch of
блядь.
really cute things. Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box. Oh, Paimon sees it too, but why are all these cute things? Huh? You mean the girls from the serial disappearances? They were right, and then they were and all the boxes of things. These names. We've looked at almost everything here, and it seems like our theories were spot on. But, yeah, we haven't found anything that reveals his... No wonder even Neuvillette wasn't able to find anything. Whoever it is probably destroyed everything to do with that name a long time ago. That way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, sure thing, Paimon won't admit defeat to this guy either. his lover's name? Then you found her diary. Let's see. Aw, it's just a normal diary chronicling their love story. She was so sweet, too. So many! A whole page's worth! But they're all crossed out. The final name she decided, Marcel. Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for so long that he... Hey!
And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vache? Oh, so you do know.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly.
I was waiting.
Navia! We're back!
As expected of my partner. I just knew you'd
Just how often do you intend to flout the rules of this court?
It's all right, Monsieur Nervalette. Given their confidence, I expect they've found the...
Ладно.
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always...
Ты заговорил! Ёкарный бабай.
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything. After your lover, Veneer, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing... You even created Marcel as a new identity and destroyed all records of your past as Vache.
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances, and with that, Marcel's motive has now...
This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing defense. Well, Marcel, do you know... You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around you. So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise, the trial will move on to the next stage.
Do you really think I wanted to do it? Pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever known how it feels? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, even the officer, they said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, you only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice. Your beloved Veneer is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, I will, but I'm not from this blasted place. So I can't be dissolved.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Do you all see? I can't go! I can't follow. So if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have but to try to bring... I did all of that. And in the end, I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the...
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards, please restrain him.
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me! I still need to save Veneer. I promise. Then yeah, please, then yeah. Don't think back.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia no longer have any basis.
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that, I'm actually feeling pretty.
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review and summarize the truth. The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vacher and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover Vinier. During an underwater expedition, Vinier accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of to cover his tracks. He invented the new alias of Marcel and began to operate a business. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict with Spina. After exchanging blows with Spina de Rasula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate their president. Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn callous. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vacher's machinations that he was eventually Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case, with the truth revealed to all. The oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vacher. According to the judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale, guilty.
Guards! Take Vacher away.
Good. It's what he deserves.
With that, the serial disappearances case is...
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well-spoken guy?
He's hurt so many innocent people, and now he's finally getting what he deserves. Huh? Are you okay?
Demoiselle, you were absolutely brilliant.
The day our late boss had always hoped for has finally come. You can rest easy now, knowing justice has been...
Yeah. It's finally over. See, Papa? Spina di Rosula's still doing well with me at the helm.
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been... Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some...
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
What now? None of this has anything...
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the initial charge before the trial can conclude.
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side characters like me to exit stage left?
Please respect the laws of Fontaine. This has always been the rule.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right? Let's just get this over with.
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection to the guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia is innocent of the charge. We now turn to the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale to render... According to the judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale, guilty.
Есть, сука, есть Сволочь, бог на свете. Есть.
Hey, hey! That's not funny. Didn't you just say I'm supposed to be innocent? What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The Oratrice actually returned a different verdict from the Chief Justice.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger? Do you think the Oratrice might have just convicted him on general principle?
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the verdict in this case, right?
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal is, by law, the final verdict of the court. Guards, please take the suspect into custody per court protocol.
Вот так поворот. Что ты придумал еще?
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Куда его?
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception of Fontaine's court system, all I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did,
Боже, я сейчас так доволен, это
probably ask
пипец,
someone more
ребята.
knowledgeable than me.
А все-таки что мы будем делать с его глазом? Глазом Бога теперь.
Why are you looking at me? I don't know what happened there either.
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either, but that's impossible. Didn't she create the origin?
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can results like this really be called justice?
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to be handed out in this court? Don't tell me. You thought even I had been blindsided by the Oratrice's
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty obvious she had no idea what was going on.
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation.
Кстати, Паймон права.
Everything that just took place, including my supposed shock and bafflement. And, of course, for every performance, there is a script. Everything has unfolded exactly. If you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, it is only because everything he's done, not to mention the danger he poses, are beyond ordinary comprehension and completely unforgivable. All shall be revealed in time. You will come to understand my noble intent. Now, having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense, it is now time for this performance to end. As the
So she chose to make her escape after all, did she?
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock into what she just said?
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea. However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised, if the judgment has been incorrect, we will do our utmost to clear his name.
Alright. Even though we feel pretty badly for him, we'll take your word for it for now. After all, he's done plenty of bad stuff, so he should have known he'd go to prison someday, right?
Take it easy.
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Marcel! What are you doing over...
Stop resisting arrest! Cease, or we'll add another charge to the list.
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vache? I erased all records of that name. So...
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that be? How did you manage to do it? The Fountain of Lucine? Then she's been so close to me all along. And I just never... Please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the Traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time. This is the last request I'll ever make in my life. You can do whatever you want to me afterwards.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial killers get to make requests like that?
Paimon agrees. Why should we give him what he wants when he's only done a ton of super terrible things?
This request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even more than my life.
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to live just to satisfy spiritual needs? Very well. I will grant your...
Your Honor, I fear...
I will go with him. You do not need to worry about any escape.
In that case...
Thank you. Thank you.
Кто я? А, нет, все, между собой, окей. 7 часов уже стримли, ёкарный попали.
Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Yeah, and even Paimon could hear her after drinking that thing. Didn't you just drink a lot of it on the...
Vache!
Ah!
Yes, that's it! So you heard it too!
Vinier, it's me! It's me!
Vache? Vache!
I'm here! I'm here! Where are you, Vinier? I'm...
Hey, wait! Be careful!
Vinier, is that you? It's me, Vache! Vinier!
Vache? Why did you come? Didn't I say? You look a lot older than I remember.
It's been more than 20 years. I've suffered for over all this time. Only the thought of bringing you back has kept me alive. Nothing else mattered to me. I must be dreaming. Who would have thought I'd get the chance to tell you all of my feelings like this? Vignere, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could live without...
But Vache, if you ask me, this world would be better off without you.
What?
If not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably become a top-tier attorney one day. If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the arts, and my works would have been displayed in the Palais Mermonia itself. If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. And she would not have grown old and it's all because of your selfishness, Vache. It's all because of you.
You... Wait, you are not Vignere. Who are...
You're right. I am not Vignere. I am the sacrifices. Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed back to the primordial sea. Our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea, and we were no longer individuals. But we became... I'm Cressy. I'm Lemony. I'm Azine. The only one I am not is Vignere.
Why? But then...
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her consciousness is avoiding you. This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. You said time and time again that you'd do any and everything. But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? If she would despise you for what you became? You are a liar. A heartless murderer. The only thing you are not is Vignere's beloved. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vignere's, she has had nothing but pure hatred for you.
No! Vignere! She can't hate me. Let me see her.
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, that came from the real Vignere. She really doesn't want to but on top of that, she also said that because it's her final drop of pity for you. She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you.
Ёк, Макарёк.
Vache. Vache? Vache. 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 Drown.
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Well met, partner. I knew something great was going to happen when I woke up in such a good mood today.
Even this weather can't put a damper on the demoiselle's mood.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey, Navia! It's been a few days. Paimon's already started to miss you.
Oh, now that I believe. I'm easy to work with and always bring home the bacon. Who wouldn't treasure having a partner like me?
you're really enjoying life these days, Navia. What have you been busy with since the trial?
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making non-stop trips between Poisson and everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. This time, though, everyone in Poisson, and even many people...
So his name's definitely been cleared now. That's...
It's been the dearest wish of Demoiselle all along.
That blasted stubborn fool. I was right to put my faith in him. Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the memorial service. Well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say I knew she would be there, and there was no way she'd just let me go.
Huh? So you know Charlotte too? The Charlotte? Journalist from the Steambird?
Yeah, way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, she was all over me. Wouldn't take no for it. I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness. To be fair, though, it was a really flattering feature. She was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on the serial disappearances case.
Oh yeah, she told us about that. She's always been super interested in that case, so now her wish has finally come true too.
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the opera house with the critical evidence, that you both sound really cool.
Now that's another thing to look forward to. We trust Charlotte.
Oh, and in other news, I also took Clarande out for a meal.
Oh, are you two on better terms now?
While you were investigating Vache's headquarters, Clarande gave testimony on my father. It was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank her. I mean, there's also no point in being awkward all the time. So we took the...
Oh, that's great. Paimon also thought Clarande wasn't actually a bad person. It's always good to have more friends.
Anyway, now that the case has finally been solved, perhaps it will slowly begin to... Oh, actually, there's still one last thing I need to do.
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave and tell him the truth of what happened, as well as how it all ended. And on top of that, just how much people... That...
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
We want to go too. We also think Callus is a really admirable person.
Sure thing. I'd like you two to share the moment with me. After all, without you, there might not have been such a positive ending.
And in that case, everyone, let's be off. Considering the recent weather, we'll be lucky if we can reach Poisson before dark.
Yeah, you're right. It's been raining non-stop for a few days now. This is where my father's grave is.
Huh? There's someone there already. Wait. That
Hmm?
Isn't that Neuvillette? Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Navia?
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay my respects.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I was trying to say there's no need for you to... I wanted to show my father how much I've grown. But still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would feel compelled to apologize to me over and over.
In that case, I will stop apologizing for now.
You really could use some pointers on understanding human emotions, Monsieur Neuvillette. In any case, why did you come to Poisson?
Well, ever since that day, I've been turning a question over and over in my head. There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life itself. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most basic instinct of living things, which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing, should have been not, but Mr. Callus proved me utterly and decisively wrong. If not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances case would have remained unsolved to this day. Mr. Callus made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many people completely unrelated to him. And in the end, from a certain perspective, a justice that's higher than... So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callus in person. I should have noticed all of this much sooner. This regret has filled me with a sadness that has haunted me for days. That high and mighty chair in the opera Epicles indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work and...
I'm sorry. So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but pretty thoughtful on the inside, huh? That reminds me of
Sorry about that. Self-expression is not one of my strong suits.
Didn't I just say you don't need to apologize?
Ah, so Navia and Neuvillette seem to have made their peace. Let's not disturb them for now. We can wait till after they're done. Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Did Paimon do anything rude there? Huh? Oh, Paimon didn't know that was a thing. But Paimon doesn't know what she would do if she can't fly. Oh no. Paimon hopes Miss Navia won't be too mad. Anyway, Neuvillette is still standing around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone like this, so why don't we go talk to him for a bit? If we can't talk to Lady Farina, we can at least talk to him.
А он не вышел. Я думаю, хватит сравнения.
Traveling to other worlds is all that anyone seems to be writing about these days. Goodness knows what they find so disappointing about their own world.
Не за что.
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay your...
We ran into Navia on the streets today, so...
I see, I see.
Well, it's pretty hard to run into you like this, since you're usually...
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it would be my pleasure to return the favor. That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Farina crying alone on her throne, but the sins of the people will be finally washed away for good. Does that appropriately summarize the version you've heard?
That's right! It was Lenny that told us back then.
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice but to confront this prophecy directly. Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon left to the world before she passed away.
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Archon? Wow.
2 parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels, and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. We should be more vigilant, and stay on the watch for further signs. Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, she has been collecting information and intelligence from across Tevat for this purpose. If the rumors were true, then perhaps...
But with Farina being the way she is...
Is there anything else you'd like to... Your sibling, another blonde-haired traveler. I'm sorry. If she ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure she followed our laws to the letter, and had no reason to appear on the stage of the opera Epiclese. Is there anything else you'd like to...
So, at court, the bad guys referred to that special water as water from the primordial sea, but...
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vache and his... There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that. Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea. You could say...
Huh. So it really was where everything began.
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the planet's surface. What Vache discovered must have been some kind of special case, or a remnant from a truly ancient age.
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Neuvillette. But if that's the case, then...
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender and nurture life, suddenly reverse itself into To be frank, that also doesn't match. Is there anything else you'd like? That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be... Does that appropriately...
That's right! It was Lenny that...
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words...
Да, это я спрашивал.
2 parts of the Speaking of the... If the rumors were... Is there... My apologies. My investigation... However, I still believe the judgment of the Oratrice was...
But you also said you...
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict that I give. As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified faith in the concept of justice is integrated into it. Not only can it produce the incredible... Which is all to say, I have been prepared...
Huh. So when
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a methodology. Based on Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea. While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, if we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not commit...
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is a no-holds-barred fight with you.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me? Very well. It was my honor to provide you with what answer. It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility behind and return to Palais Mem...
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette. Paimon thought you only came here to pay...
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice must work around the clock as well. This is merely the nature of a
All right. You've got a point. Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
И, мать его, часов. Вы не представляете, боже мой, как же я заколебался. Это ж просто пипец какой-то. Нахрена такую долгую хрень делать, я не понимаю. Знакомьтесь, мой племенной. Слишком маленький. Стоп, я сейчас докручусь, блин-то. Сколько там? Я так нервничаю, то что, блин, реально в натуре сейчас выпадет ляг какая-то. Такая внезапная, просто внезапная. Такая, привет. Привет. Заебись. А откручено-то 61. А помните, на какой крутке мне выпала елань? Это вообще пипец. Спасибо за рогатку.
There is no escape. Gotcha. Now you shall perish. Teamwork is dreamwork. Booba, get them!
Take them. I have no need.
Я так понимаю, то, что мы глаз бога все-таки не скоро дадим, да, Чайлду? Где? Ага, понял я.
Shine down.
Take it easy.
Секундочку, а где фиолетовая хрень? Помню.
Quietly now.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire. Eat, going in. Inazuma shines eternal.
But a momentary distraction.
А. Стой! Ты сейчас умрешь, дура. А ну, стой. Я не разрешал. Ой, блин, ща. Все, соберем. Еще 11 круток. О, 11 круток, 11 гемов. Здесь у меня уже все. И все. Пацаны, ну что вы начинаете? Нормально же общались. Чего вам надо от меня отстать? Все, отстали? Что? А теперь где золотая хрень? Ну, пошли. Давай. Да, не за что. Я спасибо. О, поехали. Сейчас соберем еще. Сейчас заберем гидропол. Если он где-то здесь. А он где-то здесь. Здесь вот так вот спрятался. Это Лего. Подойти к фонтану печати, да, в смысле? К какому фонтану? К этому фонтану? Сейчас отдам. Нифига вы хитрожопые, блядь. Ладно. А, да. Или мне показалось. Ладно. И что это? Или еще крутка сейчас будет? Я все-таки надеюсь, что ты сейчас выпадешь. Но нет. Не в этом случае. Не в этот раз. Не в этот раз. Да, конечно. Какой там дед, господи, я тебя умоляю. Это по заданию решил. С тобой.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with
Это у меня все
different
выполнено,
identities
да?
to
Да.
choose from.
Это тем более, это событие уже закончено. Слава богу, блин, это вчера все сделал. Точнее, сегодня ночью. Ну что ж, нам остается только зачищать. Только зачищать фонтейн и все. Надо, кстати, к статуе подойти. Посмотреть, что там. Сколько там нужно? 22? Еще 10. И да, надо Уитер активировать. Эту хрень. Да. Что? А, в натуре. Надо будет никак не поиграть, кстати. Смотри, что как она, что она из себя представляет. Так, еще гемы, естественно, и все, будем заканчивать, ребят. Реально чувствую. Откройте точки телепорта. Еще 2? Ебанулись. Ладно. Позор. Надо будет потом женщиной зачисткой заниматься. Ладно. Ребят, всем спасибо, кто присутствовал на этом стримчике. Будем заканчивать, потому что реально уже 7,5 часов стримлю, охренеть. Пойду отдыхать. Все, ребята, еще раз всем спасибо за просмотр. Не знаю, что будет дальше. Может быть, по Ханкаю будет стримчик. Скорее всего, такой будет. Да. Всем удачи, всем